Tonight on a very special episode of Allison Troy Retro Toy Princess. Allison and special guest highly articulated Adam discuss skincare, brain rot, and overconsumption by the life-challenged denizens of Mars. All this and more tonight on Allison Troy Retro Toy Princess.
Hello. Hi. Anyway. Hi, Adam. Adam just found out that was going to happen, guys. So congrats. And also really quick, thank you to Derek Hoover for the voiceover. And thank you to everyone who just sat through that ridiculousness. It made me laugh way too hard putting that together for tonight. Hello, Christopher. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for coming tonight. Yeah, the notifications are trash. Mint with Card, welcome. Thank you for coming. Lovely to see you. Derek Hoover, man of the hour, who also survived a tornado. So congrats on that.
Yeah, that's big.
And Andrew from Gady's Toy is here with us. And it looks like that's caught up on chat. Excellent. All right. Wait. Let me leave comments up. All right, really. So we're here. I'm with Adam from Highly Articulated. As you can see, he's got a page and I've got a page. And we are going to color some She-Ra. Adam picked pages that I've actually done a video on. So I was like, well, let me just grab some She-Ra pages from the same book. And this is one of the rare cases where I have done a pre-test because I wanted to play with some techniques. So I have a blank page, but I'm going to start with the She-Ra page. So, but the catch is going to be here lurking because I have discovered that with StreamYard's weird kink for ruining my life, that it doesn't keep doing autofocus if there's an actual human face for it to focus on, which of course I'm vaguely conspiratorially minded. So that makes me think even more that StreamYard is after me. That's how they get you. So,
will that work? I don't know if that'll work.
Yeah. Andrew, Derek did many different takes, and there were a couple, but that was just the one that hit the mood of what I wanted. So thank you, everyone. Ridiculous, but sometimes you have to be a little ridiculous. All right, so we've got the coloring pages up. Adam is not fancy set up for it tonight, so I'm not gonna. It feels weird when it's just my face up there. So I'm going to stop the camera. All right, there we go. All right. Now we've gotten all the formalities out of the way, and we can just get started. So really quickly, thank you, Adam, for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invite. This is the great thing about this is it feels a lot less anxious, because my face isn't on camera,
right?
Because I'm just coloring.
That feels really quickly.
Feels nice.
I did set something up for you so that you don't have to do as much of the shilling. There awesome. Is a banner across the bottom that has the Kickstarter address on it, everyone. And there is the link in the description. So that is technically all the shilling you have to do tonight, Adam. Of course. Perfect. Happy to. We're going to talk a little bit because I've got questions that nobody else asks because I don't, I don't approach toys like all the toy tube channels.
Yeah, fair enough. And that's kind of the thing is that every video that I feel like we've done, there's been one or two questions or one or two comments that we hadn't heard yet. So it's kind of cool. And it's nice to it's nice to get a new fresh question that feels that feels like people are thinking about the toys and actually have interest in them rather than so what are you doing?
Right.
Which isn't a bad question, but it's we get you do the elevator pitch so many times and it feels like they're hearing it for the first time, but a lot of times it feels like I feel like I'm being very patronizing, which is
Well, it's
it
once
is
you
what it is.
sort of repeat the same, you like there's a script after a while because you've done it so many
Yeah,
times.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
like it's hard to not. When I was an event planner, and I would do weddings. Ironically, it was really quick that you sort of fall into this. Oh well, we can definitely make that happen. Like
Yeah.
that's no problem. We can find doves and a sledgehammer so that you can attack the ice from all fronts of like the heart that has been melted. You know, like you get these really stupid, strange requests, but you just get to such a place where you've sort of sold that you can make it happen so many times that
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah,
you go
you're
into
just
like
kind of like
robot.
pandering to people at some point, and just like, you really seriously want that? We can see what we can do. Like, no,
But
it's been fun.
it
I don't
does
know what
seem
to
like
start
you
with.
would get a little bit of that because you're making a toy line. So it's
Hmm.
like it seems like there are a lot of people who would be way more like, well, have you thought about this?
Hmm. Yeah, and we get a lot of I don't know what to I don't think I can't remember the last time I sat down and colored something.
Right?
So I don't even like know where to begin. I feel like I'll start with the grass, but also just I wanted to just very quickly
Yeah.
mention that my wife was actually in communication with you
Yes.
and got these printed out for me. So she printed out a
Yeah.
couple things for me. But my 9-year-old daughter Victoria, who absolutely loves you, Allison,
Aw.
um, also printed this out for me. She said,
Oh,
"Well, if you're
nice.
doing space zombies," but it's printed on like somebody's receipt from like
Oops.
some shoes or something like that. So that's my backup. Um,
Excellent.
but she also was kind enough to give me her pencil case of all her pencil crayons. So
Oh, nice.
I'm using my 9-year-old's pencil crayons tonight.
That's what whenever Andrew, because you're both Canadian, from Gady's Toys, go watch his channel, guys. One of my favorite channels. I'm a good friend. Not even, it's the first time he joined me on a live stream, he was like, I've got pencil crowns. I'm like, oh, that's what Canadians call them.
What
You
a
know,
that's not what they're called. What are they
we
called?
call them colored pencils down here.
Oh,
Yeah. And what's funny though is I got a bot one time on one of my live streams who it was a very specific bot and it was like colored is such a dated way to refer to people and it was like it's a pencil.
a
The
racist bot.
pencil. Yeah, because a lot of them are programmed to sort of come in and rabble rouse.
Right, right, right.
So they'll just come in and they'll draw, like certain words they're conditioned to catch so they can go in and but it was really
Right.
funny because it was really obvious it was a bot because it was just like, how dare you use such antiquated it's like, sir, sir, go back to your overlord and make sure you tell the geek that he didn't program you correctly.
Hmm.
But yeah, pencil crowns. But I think it sounds cool. The same way like the first time I encountered Z instead of Z.
Yeah, like most people don't actually say Z. Most people say Z. The funny
Uh,
thing is that like my kids who are in school like
yeah.
correct us and they're like, no, it's Z. And we're like, okay, pump the brakes a little bit. Let me explain something to you. Like the most of most of the world that you're gonna really deal with is gonna call it Z or is gonna call it Z. So just
Yeah,
be
right.
aware that that's gonna happen. But I'm gonna mute myself for a second here so that I can sharpen some of these pencil
Uh-oh.
crayons.
Okay.
But or I don't have to, I guess. Let me know if it's
Oh
really
no, just go
annoying.
for it. It sounds like a power drill when I do it. I just say like, you guys, that's what's happening. Oh. Hello. Welcome, we're Dazzle. Yeah, Derek, and I mistakenly woke bop, but completely trying to woke bop the wrong person. Like, and it's like, whatever. But it was just funny. And Christopher. I have tried digital coloring, and I'm gonna be honest. Like, I know some of it is like, digital coloring has a really specific Yeah, there are layers, literally layers to it, and it just, I don't know. I've played around with it. I'm never happy with it. When I do it, it never looks full the way with some people who are really good at digital coloring. And I don't know. For me, part of it is actually doing something with my hands. So, especially now that I don't do a ton of art anymore, as far as like creating my own stuff, like this is sort of the bulk of my hands-on art experience these days. So digital things though are good for when I make terrible thumbnails. There we go. Excellent. Let's see. So yeah, let me play around a little bit. Nope. It like redid the format on that doesn't quite work. Oh my gosh. Here we go. We'll do that. That'll work. Puts all the pages right up front. StreamYard has reformatted. For people watching wondering what the heck just happened, StreamYard has reformatted a few things, and I'm not a fan of some of them. So instead of sort of putting everything on the screen really evenly in a way that makes sense, it's now all the boxes are really tiny and small with a lot of extra space. Unless I do this. So we're going to do this. But, so yeah.
Yeah, they keep monkeying around with the whole design of it, and it's just like frustrating, right? Like you get used to a format that you like, and then
well, it's not only that, it's just it doesn't look good. It's like
yeah.
Apple recently redid some stuff on iPhone that just makes it look terrible, in my opinion. And there's some video where, you know, like I went and watched some dude who's like, I know everything about Apple. And he was like, there's no way to make it go back.
You were like, thanks for nothing.
Unless you don't do the updates. And he's like, but apparently they train people on this stuff, right? So he's like somebody who takes like Apple training or something. And I was like, well, just give them this feedback that there are certain things that don't need to be changed, and sometimes you just start changing things to change them, and that's unnecessary. And to me, at times, it feels like Apple especially will change stuff just so that we've got a new update, and now things are terrible. And I just let him know, and he's like, they don't care. And well, one, thanks for the honesty, bro. But on the second hand, it was just like, you know, it's a really bad business model long-term, Apple, because you're not always going to be number one. And it's little stuff like that that actually makes people like, you know, maybe I don't want the new iPhone.
That'll be weird, hey, when we also have to switch over from...
Yeah, when the next new thing. And it will eventually, because I remember back when we all had Nokias.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was a holdout. I was a BlackBerry holdout because I had my BlackBerry Pearl, which was nice and small, and it fit in my probably too tight pants. And
it was the 90s and early 2000s. That was just the way.
And then my wife basically convinced me. She was like, well, you got Messenger, and then we can communicate, you know, better through Messenger.
Yeah.
If you have an iPhone and I have an iPhone. And I was like, well, you could get a BlackBerry too. You could go about this in the opposite way. you could convert, you know, back to the way things used to be. She was like, never. So
no.
But then they came out with small enough iPhones that I was okay with that. So I had the iPhones I've had were a 5E and the the 14 mini, because the 14 mini was only slightly bigger than my 5E, but it had the full size screen. So I was like, okay, it's a trade-off. I get 40% more screen and it's 20% bigger. So
yeah, for me it was I had like a Windows phone, which but it was inexpensive. It did what I needed, and because I didn't have a cell phone for a long time because I was like, people don't need to call me if I don't want to be called. If I'm at a house or whatever, that's fine. But I didn't enjoy. And I still, even though I'm obviously super connected now, I still don't enjoy the constant feeling of always being connected.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you.
I feel like I've personally lost a lot of free time to the constant connection. And then I had a terrible ex, and he turned the phone off. It was in his name, and they wouldn't let me turn the phone back on unless we were both on the phone together, which was not going to happen. So I went and got a cell phone, and at the time it was a good time to make sure I had the ability to, like dial emergency services at all times.
Right.
But I held, it was just a cheap little Nokia for the longest time. And then for work in like 2011, they were like, we need you to be able to easily access email and the specific email program and the chat system and the ticket box. And so I got a Windows phone, and everyone's like, that doesn't really work with everything. I'm like, I know, it's terrible, right? And then finally there was
it doesn't work.
There was a mobile game I wanted to play, and my Windows phone died, and it was only on the time on iOS, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll cave so I can play this game.
Right. The sacrifices we make.
Yeah, for the ability to play a mobile game. But yeah. Oh, let's see. Sorry, Amanda. Amanda has entered the chat, and Todd C. Hello, Todd. Welcome. Lovely to see you. And of course, Amanda, thank you so much. And thanks for getting everything printed and helping get that going on the side.
Yeah, so I showed her the page.
I wish I could unconnect and go Android. Hello, Giraffe. Welcome. So yeah, I don't know. I do, I still don't enjoy the constant connection, even though I also am the person who like, oh my God, my phone is not working. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, why is it not working?
I could be, I think Amanda could probably attest to this. I could be left on an island by myself, and I would be very okay for probably far too long. Like I just, I don't know. I as an introvert, as somebody that really like, well, I shouldn't say, completely left on my own. I would probably want, a handful of action figures.
Right.
And a couple of books, and I'd be so content. But that's all I need, which annoys her because she's quite social.
Right. She would be making Wilson. Yeah, we have a ball. It's a friend.
Absolutely. I have no idea. I just realized that I have no idea, like the colors for bow and arrow for anything. So I'm just gonna color. I don't. I've thought, I got to do it right, and I was like, I'm not gonna do it right. I'm just gonna do it.
I tend to do it right, but I also, some people don't think so because I use toy colors.
Yeah.
Like in the cartoon era, it was I think like tan and orange colors, and the toy was blue. So I always do him blue.
I think it
because I prefer the toy versions of the She-Ra characters. Everyone's like, but it's so girly and sparkly. I'm like, that's the fucking point, Carl.
Yeah, they look good though.
They look so good as toys. I'm sorry to all the Filmation people. I'm not a huge, even for He-Man. It's just the designs are so boring. And I get it. Like, you have to simplify for animation, but it's just people who are like, I prefer the boring stuff. The simplified, it's so much simpler. It's just like, I don't know. I love that for them, and I'm glad they have a thing they love. But for me, it's like, I need some overcomplicated She-Ra figures with like belts and sparkly holographic sparkle stickers and rooted hair that's like Glimmer is just one of the coolest figures in the vintage line. Like, let's see if
Now jog my memory / tell me which one's Glimmer.
Let me. So, and you're coloring bow, correct? Okay, there we go. So this one's Glimmer, and so she's just really like, she's got like this dark like purple pink, and her hair is all like curly, and they're like different pinks and purples in there. She has a glow in the dark staff and tiara. You know, and the cover art on the back is like just very vibrant. And she's like boring blue and stuff. And then even Bo, like the cartoon, he's simplified, but he's got like a sparkly cape and like a headband, and like he's just sparkly and cool. I don't know.
The toy version doesn't have the sweet porn stash?
It does not, no.
Oh.
That was added by Filmation.
You and I were talking, the other day about how we want, more She-Ra toys, more Princess of Power toys. I really, after seeing that new Etheria She-Ra, and then you showing me some of the other kind of original artwork and sort of concept art.
That's right.
I really want I want new Etheria to like be a line, because those designs are so cool.
Well, and I'm hoping they will, because a lot of that She-Ra, like the face on that She-Ra is very close to the oh gosh, I want to say Noreen Porter, but I don't believe that's her last name. But the designer who took Justine Danzen's concepts and sketches and sort of refined them was Noreen Porter, I'm pretty sure. And like the face on her She-Ra looks so close to the new Etheria face. And so I'm hoping that they do, because there are a lot of really cool, if they're gonna just force us to have like Catra again and Frosta again, like I want them to like dip into those sort of,
at least give us something that's a little different,
something that has a lot, like more sparkle, more of that fan. And I think a lot of it for me is just, Wave 1 and the toys are much more fantasy based than Filmation. Filmation leaned really hard into sort of the politics of Princess of Power, which is fine. Like, oh, it's doing the thing because Catra's face is not in there. See if I can get it too. All right.
Yeah, I really like, I'm not, I mean, everybody knows this at this point. I am not a Masters of the Universe guy. He-Mans are fun, and I really sort of I probably dig She-Ra more because of all those things, because of the sparkle, because of the brighter, neons, and like just design wise, they're just a little more. They're a little more sort of outside of what you normally get,
And they're very whimsical, I think, is
there's more sort of magic there for me.
And it's like early Wave 1 story, like Catra is sort of like the sorceress, and she has cat barbarians and little flying bird cats that are like snatch stuff for her, and it's just, I don't know, there's a whimsy to it where it's sort of, again, it's very much sort of 80s princess medieval girl fantasy sort of stereotypes, but there was, because it again was connected to Motu, there was a little bit extra there's just a little bit extra sort of like magic to, and just that slight hint of darkness that like early Masters of the Universe had, where it was like just a little dark, not too dark, like not blood and guts Conan the movie barbarian darkness, but there was just a little bit of an edge to the early She-Ra stuff that I felt played off really as a kid anyway. Like I think that's why it really appealed because yeah, it's whimsical and pink and all these good things, but also there's just that slight hint of like sort of the darkness and
Mm-hmm.
you know, like a darker and you know, like at the age I was like what 85 I was like 11 or 12. So like that's a perfect age where you're sort of stepping away from like
You
you're
want something
wanting
a
to
little more grown up.
yeah, right? And it's like there was
Yeah.
just that little hint of it in there. So, you know, it was sort of a good last big toy line for me. You know, I mean, after, you know, we sort of did, my brother and I sort of together got really into G.I. Joe when, and part of that was because we got a flag. It's really hard to not go really deep into G.I. Joe when there's a flag in your house.
I mean, you're there if you have
Yeah.
the flag. You're already deep. Like
Yeah, right.
It doesn't get much deeper than that.
And it was like, let's get lots of G.I. Joes to play. And it was, you know, the year like Jinx and Chuckles came out. So it was kind of the year G.I. Joe started getting a lot more sci-fi and a lot more whimsical is what I would say. So, you know, for me that was I don't know. I just liked whimsy and magic in my toy lines, even when it was military based.
Mm-hmm.
See what's happening in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, toys need to be fun. And they need to just kind of you know, that gets lost among some collectors, right? That toys inherently need to be fun. There needs to be joy.
I think well it gets lost, but it doesn't really get lost because the same people who like sort of you have to remind that are the same people who then turn around and whine when you get all you know like all the old men figures in Star Wars. It's like, oh my god, another boring Jedi in boring robes. But then when you try to give them something whimsical, they're like, oh, that's too this, you know, like that's not Star Wars
Is that
enough.
for
And
kids?
yeah, and it's like, so there's this weird thing where it's like they instinctively, a lot of collectors want that. But then when you actually give it to them, like they basically trip over them. I think that's why there's so many adult toy collectors these days who are really unhappy because they can't find the joy and whimsy that they should be getting from it.
And that they used to because they were less
Yeah.
conscious of themselves, I think,
Yeah.
in some cases.
But I
Where
think too, like I mean, this may sound a little hypocritical based on what both you and I are doing right now. But I also think when you jump on the internet and you're making YouTube videos, or you have any sort of social media present, especially if you're making videos, like there's the monetization thing that happens. And I think for some people, it becomes a lot easier to justify to people in your life, oh yeah, I get on the internet and talk about toys, but I'm also making money doing it, or got brand deal, or whatever the case is, right?
Yeah.
And I think because of that, they're able to sort of disassociate from the fact that really you should be having fun with it, but it's just sort of trying to make it work in their life as justification for why you have a room full of action figures.
Yeah. Why do you have so many toys? You're a grown up. Yeah. Yeah.
Really quick, there's a question for
No.
Christopher. As far as the evil horde, they were not in the Princess of Power toy line. Catra was, but she was sort of an independent agent. Mostly just jealous of She-Ra and her friends and always wanting to steal jewels or take over kingdoms. And later in the toy line, around wave 3, they introduced the horde. And then a lot of the sort of storybooks around year 2, she's like she's in charge of the horde on Etheria. But like Hordak isn't in a lot of those stories. So Capture the Fright Zone, for instance, I think I sent Adam pictures in our chat when we were getting ready for this, but early Fright Zone in the coloring books anyway, there's a giant stone castle with the face of a cat on it, and that's in the middle of the fright zone. That's where Catcher rolls from. So yeah, I think, and if you weren't into the Toyline or the girl-based stuff, I can see why it would maybe be off-putting. But I agreed, Alex. Sorry, I'm going to default to your screen name, but I'm doxing you, Alex. We definitely need the Star Sisters and Shia. So yeah.
There's too many, like in Princess Akara, there's just too many good figures for them not to, like, too many fun figures for them not to do those. And I think despite what you may hear from certain Canadian Todds,
Squad.
I think there is a market for female action figures.
I think there is. I think, yeah, to me, it's also really strange when Todd says that, because a big part of why McFarlane Toys hit so big when it did was stuff like Party Angela, and like he included women in a lot of his early lines, and that was part of his, in my opinion, a lot of his early success was because he, was sort of taking, like he was doing all these paint apps that like even Kenner wasn't doing at the time. Well, Hasbro Kenner, but even Mattel, like a lot of their toys didn't have the paint apps that Todd was doing. He was, a lot of the current toy industry is because of sort of Todd getting out there and being a rebel, but he included a lot of women in his early line. So it's really been strange to see him sort of turn into a chud.
Yeah, it seems a bit backwards, right? Given that he sort of got there
because
of that, and then seems to be almost not going back on it so much as just not recognizing it or not acknowledging it or whatever. But
and it's like somebody was like, well, you can't really do. It's like DC Comics women. There are a lot of them who are very scantily clad. Like like you can't even say that that's you could make that argument to a degree, because companies like Disney and HBO, like they're distinct properties. They're trying to be more sensitive to stuff because it gets you a bigger audience, not because like they're woke. It's like you can get more people to watch it if it appeals to more people. Action figures don't necessarily have that same. There's a really specific audience for action figures, so like you can. And DC has a lot of women that are not wearing a ton of clothes, like, and nobody's gonna bat an eye if they do a sexy Star Sapphire, because guess what? That's her costume. So I don't know. It just feels like a cop out when he does it.
Yeah.
A lot of it too feels like he's gotten so much flack over the years that he's stubborn and isn't gonna do any better. And whatever Todd. He talks like he's from Brooklyn now, so I don't even know if he counts as a Canadian anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't speak for us, that's for sure. I don't know. I don't pay too close attention to him anymore.
Well, I mean,
or ever. I didn't really ever, but
I didn't back in the day. I had a couple of Angelas on my action figure shelf because I've been doing the lady action figures for a really long time. I think I had his Dr. Evil action figure, but otherwise no. Like please don't cancel me, but I always thought Spawn kind of sucked. Like I don't enjoy Todd McFarlane's art. Like I was reading, he was doing Infinity Inc. back in the day, and I was like, why is this so weird and gross looking? Yeah, but I'm also more of the George Perez, Jerry Ordway sort of, sort of comic book realism era of comics. So like, McFarlane's too stylized for what I prefer.
That's
But so
fair. I
I've
mean,
never
everybody,
technically been a fan.
yeah, everybody likes what they like. It's, initially I did enjoy kind of the look of Spawn, the Spawn comics as such, less so. But yeah, I could see why, it's not for everybody. It is there's a very 90s feel
Yeah.
to his art and to
Again,
everything that he does really. But
and people like that, and that's cool. Like, I don't judge anyone who likes. Again, you like what you like,
mhm.
and it's not like anybody gets hurt if you enjoy Todd McFarlane art or stories or whatever. But it's not my thing. I tend to mostly be mainstream though in my like DC Comics forever. I have almost every episode of Wonder Woman from 1959 through 2011. Oh my gosh, I'll be able to unpack my comics soon.
Do you
And
reread comics often?
I reread like Teen Titans, and again, I have every Teen Titan going back to the first appearance of Donna Troy and Brave and the Bold 59. No, it wasn't 59. I can't remember. But I reread like the Teen Titans. I reread Wonder Woman. I'll sit down, like issue 1 through 300 from the 80s of Wonder Woman. I'll reread every couple of years.
Okay.
I tend to do it in collections now just because as those comics get
Right.
older. Removing a 1959 comic book from the plastic sheathing, I did lose an issue. Well, I mean, it's still around, but half the cover I lost to the tape.
Right.
Just because of how the paper deteriorates. So, but sometimes and I'll scan stuff now when I'm like, oh, I want a particular picture, and I don't like a lot of the digital and modern versions. They will clean it up and recolor it, and they won't recolor it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's annoying. Like, no, that's not the color. Stop doing that. Yeah, I almost started a comic book channel instead of this channel. And then I went and watched other comic channels. I'm like, oh, God, these people will watch my channel. Never mind.
Right. Yeah, right.
It was also right when
Yeah.
the whole
Oh,
comic
good.
skate thing was blowing up. And I'm like, I'm just not even. Like, it's not. No.
It's not something I want to be talking about.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
way I've crafted this channel, like, I can get away with the occasional comic book content. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah. All right. Quickly, I'm going to check in with the chat. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's weird. Hello, Cassie Kitchen. I have a couple. I don't not the whole books, but I have a couple pages of Scooter and Mr. Chips that at some point I'm going to work in. So definitely keep an eye on the shorts. At some point, they will. A couple of pages will pop up in shorts. It's true. Also, hello, Make Shape Create. And just people in the conversation talking about
I have not been paying attention to the chat.
I pay sporadic attention.
This is also nice because for the last 2 weeks I've been going nonstop.
Yeah.
And this feels like a little mini vacation from.
Yeah, again, like this is completely different. It's that was when I reached out. I'm like, well, everyone's having them on. I'm gonna do my part to like help you get the word out about your toy line. But I was like, also, we've also been trying to line up for a while, and since we both stream on Sundays.
Yeah.
Even though like there's about an hour between me and you, it's often I am crashed out by the time you come on. I'll wake up in this chair to your voice and be like, oh my God, I've missed half of the episode.
I feel that way too while I'm doing the episode. Sometimes I'm like, what am I even talking about? What am I doing here?
So
I'm
it's
like on
I've been
autopilot.
we've been trying to line up forever. Like you were one of the first people, but I think I wasn't even doing live streams yet when I first was like, hey, come on, we'll color Ewoks. But then I was like, I saw you making the rounds, and there I can't remember what I messaged you after which show, but there was a point where you got the look in your eye like, oh my God, another 30,000 shows. I was like, well, one, I'm gonna be 30,001. But also, it's a lot more low key to have you. I mean, I had Matt Hatter on here, and he like when he was doing Flip War, and he was pretty calm. I mean, he calmed down eventually. It takes a while. Matt Hatter's really wound up, but
yeah, I'm not. I like generally, I would say that I'm pretty, I'm pretty even keeled. I'm pretty low energy. I'm pretty, it's weird because when I'm doing videos, that's that in a lot of ways that's not me. I mean, that's like a I'm presenting, and I'm kind of, not that it's a persona, not that it isn't organic and natural. It's just I'm a lot quieter than that. I'm a lot more just sort of just pretty chill. And so it's it takes people by surprise that know me, when like the first time they see me, or the first time I do a video with them or what have you. They're like, whoa, where did that come from? And I'm like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's just it's what I've worked in retail for so long that I have kind of like a character almost that just comes out whenever I need to sort of ramp up a little bit and sort of be that guy. But yeah, it's I'm generally pretty quiet, pretty low key.
how is it that you ended up on YouTube? That's what I always. Yeah, there's some people you can just tell like, oh, they're on here because, but again, you are pretty low key. You're not sort of the typical. Like, what made you decide?
I will take that compliment. And to answer the question, a few years back, like 20, I'm gonna say like 2020, the early days of the dark times. I was like, I had been buying toys. I was collecting toys, but my toy collecting amounted largely to like me going out and buying toys, in person, in stores and things like that. And I didn't watch YouTube. I didn't really know that there was like ToyTube. I didn't know, like, I wasn't on social media that much. Like, it was just, as I sort of got into collecting, I did it just because I was in, toy stores. I was in Toys R Us getting stuff, baby stuff, because we had young kids. And then when Classified came along, I was sort of a little more interested, and then everything sort of started getting shut down. And I had joined a pretty much brand new Facebook group. Of course, it was brand new because it was a Canadian GI Joe Classified Facebook group. And I wanted to sort of help grow that community and sort of connect people. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I did videos and I could have other people sort of in that community on the videos, and we could just talk about GI Joes, and we could connect person to person in a time when people kind of weren't doing that, where like people had a little bit of a lack of that. And so it just felt like a natural thing to do, and an easy thing to do. And so I started doing Facebook live videos in that group, just to sort of build the community and support people connecting with people and to get discussion going and to get people communicating that might not have otherwise, and might not have had, you know, people to really talk to about those toys. I mean, Canada is different in that a lot of the collectors that I know that are Canadian have a lot of friends sort of all over the place, but not a ton of friends necessarily like locally,
Yeah.
because there's so much distance between a lot of collectors and a lot of people. And so I was doing that, and then you know, a couple people were like, well, you know, we like these videos and we like the insights, and you know, we enjoy all this. Have you ever thought about, you know, reaching out to a wider audience? And I was like, no, never. And that was, you know, I'd literally never thought of it. I'd never intended to do the videos in the first place, let alone reach out, you know, to a wider audience. Like, I don't need a wider audience, or at least
Right.
then I sort of felt I don't need a wider audience. You know, I didn't start this to have an audience. I started this to have a conversation. And it's going well, and I'm good, you know, with what we're doing. And but you know, slowly but surely they kind of were like, well, I mean, you know, the worst that could happen is that, like, you know, more people that don't know about this Facebook group might, you know, jump in and learn about the Facebook group. So I actually started the YouTube channel as kind of just an extension of Facebook Live, to kind of just reach more people and be like, hey, we got this, you know, Canadian group, and you know, feel free to like come check out the group. Like, it was almost just an ad for the group, but then it kind of stuck, and then it kind of grew, and then I kind of started connecting with like other toy tube people, and you know, then there was other toy lines I wanted to talk about, and I started talking less and less exclusively about GI Joe Classified. And long story short, like, I ended up started doing, you know, a lot of Animal Wars of the Kingdom stuff, or sort
What's
of
that?
thinking about that stuff and wanting to do that stuff. Yeah, exactly. And then that's how Brick and I connected. And then, you know, because Brick and I were talking about it a lot, I reached out to Jason, and then Jason and I started talking, and then again, this super long-winded story, but like,
No.
eventually I just sort of ended up connected to all these people. And I keep joking that, like, 2 years ago, if you had said to me, oh yeah, you're gonna have a channel that's gonna be 2 years in, and you're gonna be working for a toy company, you're gonna be the owner of a toy company, you're gonna be running your own Kickstarter, you're gonna be doing these conventions and on it, I would be like, that's never gonna happen. That's
That's
not.
crazy talk.
Yeah, it was so far removed from anything that I'd ever sort of wanted to do. You know, I just wanted to collect toys and play with toys. And then but here I am. So
Here you are.
good times.
Yeah, I think it was literally because of Brick that I discovered your channel, because he was like, you should come watch this Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. And I'd seen you like in chats, like,
Yeah.
because you know, like, you were in Geek Dad Life chats quite a
Yeah,
bit.
absolutely.
I mean, that's kind of how I know like Derek Huva. I think everyone in this chat right now is Derek. Yep, Derek. It's either except Mr. Make Shape Create, Corey. I watched Corey's channel for years, and after I did my first 2 or 3 lives, I'm like, I love Corey's customs. He would never talk to me. Look how big his channel is. And I was just like, I'm just gonna ask. I'm like, Corey, come on my channel and let me well, I didn't even know that his name was Corey, to be honest. Mr. Make Shape Create person, will you come on my channel and talk to me about customs? And it just, here we are.
Yeah.
Coloring She-Ra and slowly working our way to talking about your toy line that has a woman in it, which I love. So. 3. Right. You have 1. Like, that's already better than most of Todd's lines. So.
Yeah, I know. Statistically, we are way ahead of the game. Yeah.
I jokingly said that, and you're like, there's already 1. And I was like, oh, we didn't realize I was joking because it's a chat. And And it's really interesting. Like I sort of like you would have never expected. I mean, I was gonna do YouTube, and I was gonna do completely different type of YouTube stuff, and then I just ended up in the toy. I was coloring, and I found all my old coloring books that I had sort of bought, like in the 1990s on eBay, like where you could find good deals still.
Right. Yeah.
I got a bunch of uncolored Strawberry Shortcake and Wonder Woman coloring books from the 70s and 80s. And back then I was just like, oh, I'm gonna get really nice art materials and I'm gonna color these books from start to finish, and never happened, and carried them, every move for the last 20 years. And the Wonder Woman and the Strawberry Shortcake stuff, what came with me. And during the pandemic, I was looking for something and found the box they were in, and I was like, oh. And then I remember the She-Ra, one of the She-Ra books that the page you're coloring is in, the Who's Who. It's also in the Who's Who book.
Yeah.
That was my last coloring book as a kid, and I got it the year that 85. I had a bunch of She-Ra coloring books. I colored in the other ones. I didn't color in the Who's Who because I was like, this year for Christmas, I'm going to ask my parents to get me a really nice set of like color, like crowns. And I'm going to color the whole thing from, it'll be my own storybook that I colored.
Right. Yeah.
And it
You were going to do
happened.
a good job of that one.
Yeah, it never happened because I never got, didn't get that set for. They got me a really nice art set, but it was like markers and acrylics, which would not work on an old coloring book, right? So I forgot about, but when I found those coloring books during the lockdown, it just sort of unlocked that key memory. So I went looking for it online, and I found Retro Reprints, who had a digital copy on PDF, and I'm like, oh, that's perfect. I can print it on whatever paper I want.
Yeah.
And I found one later on eBay that I bought, so that I have the physical copy in case I want to rescan or whatever. And started printing them out and practice. Sort of like I did a lot of like this where I was practicing, and then I was trying to figure out how to do something so that I could, like for when it was time to do them, and stumbled on all of the coloring videos on YouTube. Because there's a huge adult coloring community. And I was like, oh, why don't I just do that instead of, like my customs and toy, because everyone does toy reviews. Like there's nothing.
Yeah.
I still haven't really done a proper toy review on my channel because I'm just like, I don't know that there's anything I could really say that's any different. I have two or three planned that are really specific sort of to like my point of view on the channel, but like I also don't want to have to pay extra money to get stuff early, and for reviews to really be worth the time and the energy, and for the juice to be worth the squeeze, you got to get it early and you have to overpay, and it's like that's way less toys if I have to spend all that money to get stuff early.
So.
And
then you're worried too, because you can overpay and something can get delayed, and then you're no better off than the person that just waited for the pre-order to show up.
Yeah, and then
you're super angry because
right.
Oh, well, I ordered from this place and they're supposed to be the first ones to get it. They've been the first ones to get it up until I ordered from them, and then
you do the angry video where you call them out and you start beef with them, and the next thing you know, you're in a rap battle. So.
Yep. And yeah, exactly. It's just it's again, I never had any aspirations to
I've actually taken there a couple coloring books I bought that like the video would have done really well if I would have dropped it at a different time, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait. I had that one short, the Beetlejuice short, that really blew up. And when that short really blew up and I got all the subscribers and all the views on it, I was like, I'm not ready for any of my stuff to blow up like that. I'm like, no, I'm good.
It's
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it's like I'm not ready. I'm not there yet. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna miss the algo with all of these sort of videos that would go big, and just keep trying to build my small little corner.
I early on kind of had a really odd scenario for me, which kind of like set me sort of on the path to aspire to not greatness, if that makes sense. It'll probably make more sense once I explain it a little bit better, but the the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mecha Turtles had been announced by Heat Boys, and I my favorite online retailer, eCollectibles, which is where I kind of do all my pre-orders from, was thinking about getting them, and I was like, you should totally get them, and I'll buy one from you, and I'll do a video to kind of like promote them, because at the time it was new and people weren't sort of aware of what they were. And so I did this terrible video that like I felt bad about the quality of it, and it was like it barely was edited. It was like the first video that I'd done that wasn't just a live video.
Yeah.
And it sucked. And and out of nowhere, because nobody else had done like an English language video on it yet, as far as I could tell, it hit like 15,000 views or something.
Oh my God.
And it kind of spiked my subs as well. But people were messaging me and asking me like about more details, and I was like, I don't know. Like, I just did a video about a cool toy that I want.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, this is the danger, is that people will want to talk to you, and people will think that you know things. And I was like, I don't want to be that person. Ironically, here I am, the person that people reach out to for 2 different toy lines now, but I know about those ones, so it's different, right? Like, I don't want to be the, I love the inside baseball stuff. Like, I love knowing how toys are made, and I love knowing, all that kind of stuff, but I never aspired to be the person that wanted to tell people about new toys. Except with, Animal Wars of the Kingdom.
Right.
And, now that I'm doing Space Zombies from Mars, there's tons of stuff that I want to tell people, and I'm kind of like not handcuffed, but like we've been trying to hold some of it back for a little bit.
Yeah, there's a way you have to sort of handle it.
Yeah, I mean, just to keep people guessing and keep the conversation going. We're gonna release, a ton more information in the next few days here, and with sort of 1 week to go, the big push to sort of get it all funded. But yeah, it's a slippery slope, because when you start sort of playing to the audience by way of the algorithm, you're kind of like, I never wanted to do a video because I felt obligated to do it. And so I kind of changed things up, and I was like, okay, I'm going to do my unboxings of like toys that I get late because I didn't order them early, and everybody else has seen the reviews, and sometimes they're older backlog stuff that has been out for a year or whatever, and it's just, I'm going to open this toy and people can come and hang out and chat.
I actually tend to watch more of your unboxing videos than I watch anyone else's unboxing. For that reason, there's no like, there's some videos where it's like you go watch the unboxing video and there's like a desperation, and it's just like,
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm just opening the cool toy that I got, and it's like, I'm not really even trying to review toys. You know what I mean? I'm like, here's my thoughts. Go buy it if you want to.
I'm not gonna call the creator out. It's nobody who's in like any of our, like, because we have this interesting little sort of circle that we sort of travel in.
Yeah.
It's nobody in any of the circles. They are somebody who does Masters of the Universe predominantly content, and they get a lot of stuff early, and they do these really big elaborate videos. And I stopped even when even like back in the back when Masterverse Catcher came out. And I was really curious. I was like, I can't, because this person's energy is so like desperate. They're so and
Yeah.
like when I do watch them like yours, what I like is, one, if you don't like the toy, you're pretty much like, yeah, this is
It's not what I
not any.
wanted. It's not what I hoped for.
Yeah, it's like I was hoping for it to be better.
Mhm.
But you also you're enjoying the toys, like you're opening them because you want to open them and
Yeah.
because you're interested in them, and it's not, oh, I'm going to get a lot of views for this. So I tend to like those more. Um,
Yeah,
I,
this might shock people, but I just buy toys that I like. I don't there's stuff that I pass on. There's stuff that people think that I'll like, and I'm like, no, that's not really my thing. And then I get weird Transformers now and again, and people are like, "You're into Transformers?" And I'm like, "Don't get this twisted. I
right.
wanted this Transformer. I'm not I'm
Not
not committed
into.
to a Transformers toy line or wave or whatever. I like this one, and here's why. Like I got my Cliff Jumper because I had not Cliff Jumper, and Ken Poe ruined my Cliff Jumper, my childhood Cliff Jumper, by
Oh,
telling me it was Hubcap,
oh, Ken.
who sounds like a made up Transformer, and still not convinced I believe him, but yeah, I
Okay.
mean, you gotta do what you like, you gotta do what brings you joy. You gotta like, I mean, I'm 42 years old. What am I 42? Yeah, I'm 42 years old. I'm 42 years old. I got 3 kids. I don't have the time to care about things that aren't my family
Right.
or my friends or whatever. Like I genuinely like, and that's, everybody says that, oh, I don't care, like whatever. Like if people like me, that's great. If people don't like me, I can understand why. I mean, my kids don't like me most of the time. My wife, tolerates me.
Hmm.
But it's yeah, I've gotten to that point, that sort of sweet spot in life, I think, where you realize that, like, you think people care about you far more than people care about you.
That's true.
Like, people don't talk about you behind your back. And if they do, it's not the way you think it is, and it's like
Or if they do, it means that you should not be hanging out with that person, because we're not in effing high school anymore, people.
yeah.
I have friends from high school who are on my Facebook, and I swear there's um, one or two of them every few months. A post will pop up in my feed, and it'll be like, everybody is so interested in what I'm doing all the time. You need to pay more attention to what's going on at your house than what's going on at mine, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, so for some of you, it's still 6th grade, but with like mortgages
Yeah.
and grandchildren. And it's really weird, like, because we have cats, but we are child free, for a variety of reasons, mostly because we don't want kids.
That's a
No
good
shame
reason
to
to not
anyone who
have them.
wants them. Just not my bag. Not Matt's bag. I mean, one of the early on in the dating process, one of the perks was that he's not equipped to make babies anymore. I was like, please tell me more.
Like, ever? Great. Let's
Yeah, right. You medically, that's not a thing. Okay, great. So we don't necessarily have to worry about if other things fail or whatever. Okay, cool. But but at the same time, I don't, and it's like I still, and I do. I have a YouTube channel where I color old coloring books from the 70s and 80s, centered around, and do the occasional history of like a toy character, or like history of a toy line. And yet I'm more mature than half of these bitches I went to high school with. And it's like, what is wrong with this picture, y'all? I don't know. It
Yeah.
baffles me, sort of the mentality. I mean, a lot of them didn't get out of the tiny little podunk town we grew up in and haven't seen much of the world. So there's that. But like, still, like, it's just. And really quick, Andrew from Gady Swiss had a question decades ago that I pulled up and forgot to pause long enough in our conversation. What is your preferred Canadian toy store? He's been dabbling in Zed collectibles lately.
Yeah, Zed's good. Mine is without a doubt E-Collectibles. Just because Mike's a rad dude, and just trying very hard to like make a really good go of it, and he does a good job of like bringing in everything that he kind of can, and he's always been very sort of gracious and generous when I'm like, hey, are you gonna get this? He's like, I don't even know what that is, can you sort of help me out and explain to me why I should get it, and help me to kind of explain to other people why they should get it. But yeah, E-Collectibles is my go-to online, and I'm in a relatively like not rural. I mean, that's the wrong way to say it. It's one of the it's one of the bigger Canadian cities, but it's still Canadian city. So it's relatively small. I mean, we don't have a ton of toy stores. There's certainly not. I don't have access to a lot of things that people do in larger communities, and we don't have the distribution networks that the U.S. has. Even though we have Walmart and Toys R Us, like people think, oh, you must be able to get everything, and like we don't.
I mean, to be honest, from pretty soon we won't have those either, so you're fine.
No, and that's exactly it. Like we've never had that, so we're kind of like, welcome to our world, suckers. But like I said, E-Collectibles is just done a very, very good job, I think, of making it easy. He has like his version of Pile of Loot, and very, very easy to talk to. If you have questions, you can just email or message or whatever. He's been getting busier and busier over the last couple years, and so his response times may vary. But he's just a good dude, and a toy collector as well, which is kind of, you don't see that with all toy stores. You can sort of fall into that trap of like a guy that sells sports cards being your guy, but yeah, he's like a big Ghostbusters and Turtles guy, and
nice.
Yeah, so he messages me of stuff that he gets sometimes. He's like, dude, check this out. How cool is this? And I'm like, we have different tastes. I'm glad you got something that you like.
It's not Ecto Glow reissue cool.
No, I'm excited for those. I don't have any Ghostbusters toys, but I'm I will probably try to get those. I'll probably reach out to a couple people that I know that I think are doing San Diego Comic-Con and see if I can get a set.
These are pretty cool. I was at that, one of my last toy purchases as a kid was the Green Ghost, aka Slimer. And I'm not sure why. I think it was my brother got a bunch of Ghostbuster toys, and I'm going to assume, based on how we operated at the time, like he convinced me to get it for him, so that because it wasn't long after that when we were getting G.I. Joes, he got two that I wanted, because I eventually traded the Slimer to him. So, because we would do that. It's like he bought with his money Peekaboo from Princess of Power one year. One of the times I got Perfuma, he got Peekaboo. And then later I traded him Spike War. So, because I had Spike War, he did not. And I'm going to tell you, Spike War I got the summer of '85 when She-Ra came out. And when your She-Ra and friends have rooted hair, Spike War is not the best enemy to have fight them. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Or is he?
Not with the way that rubbery, sticky plastic got gummy.
A lot of knots in there.
It was a lot. Yeah, it was not. Too Bad was a better villain for the Princess of Power. So, but yeah. Oh, and that's true. I was on the bus one time, and it was a sticky comment. and some lady got on who was a little tipsy, if you will, and being obnoxious. And some lady looked at her, who was probably also quite a bit tipsy, and just looked at her. And in a moment of complete silence on the bus, she just goes, "You look really sticky."
Oh, that might be the worst thing you could say to a person.
Yeah, especially when we all busted out laughing on the entire bus.
Mm.
But anyway, spike ore and stickiness just made me think of that. So wherever you are, sticky lady, I'm sorry you looked sticky and we all laughed at you. There we go. Shira's coming along and stupid. I don't understand. I don't understand why StreamYard hates me. But watch, I'll put Katra in. It'll focus perfectly on Katra. There's a face. And then for a little bit, maybe it just doesn't like Shira. Maybe StreamYard is evil.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
In tracks. But
maybe it's run by the Horde.
Yep, that could be our Moby. Either way.
Or both.
Same difference at the end of the day. All right, let's check really quickly. And Derek Hoover says he is feeling a lot of kinship with you right now. So
thank you, Derek Hoover.
He's not
it's fun. You know, as you know, I say this all the time. As an introvert, I'm always kind of like surprised how many people are like, we're the same, and I'm like, no. I'm like, like no, there's just me. Leave me alone. But you know, they're right. You know, as much as I wish, you know, it wasn't the case. There's lots of people are like, why are we not best friends? And I'm like, because I don't like people. That's like pretty much the main reason. But
that's what holds me back often from things.
Yeah,
you're like, you should come out. People will be there, and I'm like,
oh, you had me until you said people.
Why? Like just you, and they'll be like, no, this person, and I'm like, I hate that person.
Oh, when is it again? Oh yeah, I'm busy. I got a thing.
That's the night I have to dry my hair. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I got a color that night. I already told somebody I was going to do it.
I will say, I have, because of YouTube, people look at me a lot less, you know, how, you know, like I get a lot less shade when I'm like, sorry, I stayed home to like color and work on action figures that night. Sorry, I got to film. Somebody was like, what are you doing? Right before it was when we were packing to move, and we moved like across state. Like it was a massive move, especially with all my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Matt had like 5 boxes in his cat, and I'm like, we had to pay a lot of money to get a giant moving truck for all my stuff. I mean, we have, you know, like we have a bed and furniture, but I mean his actual personal items, a couple milk crates of books and stuff. But they were just like, oh, like you should come out before you go so we can get one last night in the city. It's like, oh, I can. I've got to film that night. And they're like, oh, how is that going? I'm like, it's going really well.
Going well enough that I'd rather do that.
Frankly, most nights I would rather do that. There are days where it's like the only way I make it through work is like, I get to film tonight. But
yeah, I'll be perfectly honest. There are nights where I've agreed to do, you know, a video, or I've posted that I'm going to do a video. That's the truth is, for me, like some of the time I'm so like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
And then but I'm like, okay, I'll post the thumbnail and I'll post it is happening. And then that'll kind of keep me honest and sort of make me do it. Cause my wife doesn't believe me, but it could happen someday very soon. And I kind of just shut it all down. And cause I don't need it. I'm not, as an introvert, and if you're an introvert, you will understand this. Talking to people and interacting and, you know, doing the whole social thing that actually actively energizes extroverts has the opposite effect on introverts, and it's very draining, and I have to like rest afterwards, and I'm, you know, I don't want to talk to anybody afterwards, and it's so I have to kind of push myself to go outside of my comfort zone, even to do my own videos when I'm just by myself. Sometimes I'm like, I could just as easily cancel, or just as easily not put that thumbnail up, or
Right.
whatever. And just with how busy I've gotten between, you know, multiple toy companies, and then beyond that, like even people just reaching out and being like, hey, you know, can I pick your brain for a little bit? I got a couple questions, or can you help me with this little thing or whatever? And I'm always happy to help. Like I love, like, one-on-one, I'm fine. Like doing this, like hanging out with you,
Yeah.
not paying attention to the chat. Sorry, chat. You know, I could do this all night. You know, it's not the same as when I'm kind of in that performance mode, or I feel I have to be. Nobody else expects me to be. That's the kind of the irony of it, I guess, is that, like, I think for extroverts, that's their natural state. For introverts, it's like you have to kind of do it. Like it's a I don't know how to explain it, but, and it's probably not the same for all introverts either. So I'm probably making assumptions. But
It's just you, right?
it's just me.
Just you, Adam.
I'm so unique. I'm a snowflake.
I do not understand what is happening. I bet. Let me try this. Sorry, the StreamYard is just being a StreamYard.
Oh, it did it to me for a while, and then until I figured out what I was doing wrong.
They're just being all blurry and refusing to focus. So, apologies, everyone. Not sure what the heck is wrong with StreamYard. I can guarantee, though, my page is very nice. So.
Don't let the screen deceive you.
It's like a Monet from far away. It's okay, but up close. Which does, of course, we should really quickly, just because I did stick it in the thumbnail, your Toyline.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing.
So, since we've already discussed how sort of it's unexpected and odd that you're doing a Toyline.
Yeah.
So and correct any misconceptions I'm about to share.
Sure.
My understanding is you and the designer, the digital designer guy, what's his name?
Arlen?
Yes. He works on AWOC.
Correct.
Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, which is a toy line I think I've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that we've said it almost 3 times now, and still Brick hasn't popped into the chat.
He was on. I was actually on, or I was watching Between Two Sentinels. He was in their chat.
There you go.
Earlier, so he might. I don't know if that's still going or what, but
well,
he was on. He was on the YouTubes.
He also has family and
yes,
life.
Yeah.
But so the two of you were chatting, and then the toy line happened. So.
Mm-hmm.
So it was sort of, was it a mutual idea, or was it 100% your idea, or?
No, it was 100% not my idea. My involvement in Space Zombies from Mars was sort of the complete reverse of sort of how I ended up working for Spiro Toys and Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. I absolutely love Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. It's still, I'm I own half of a toy company, and I still would say that Animal Warriors of the Kingdom is my favorite Toyline, which I probably shouldn't say, but you know, it is what it is, right?
Right.
You know, if I owned Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, I would you know, love it. Space Zombies from Mars is right there as number 2 right now. But yeah, I was doing Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. I was working with Spiro, working with Jason, and Arlen is one of the sculptors for Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. And he and I had, you know, I had reached out to him to sort of see if he wanted to do a video. I said, you know, your sculpts are amazing. Have you ever thought about, you know, getting your face out there and sort of getting some of the recognition for what you do? And his very, you know, to the point answer was like, nope, not interested. And I was like, all right, that's, I totally understand.
Right.
But you know, we chatted, like, so that was sort of how we started chatting. And you know, I knew that he had done a lot of really great work with a lot of great toy companies, but he's very like, it's his job, and he doesn't really consider it, you know, to be more than that in some respects. Like, it's like, you know, and I totally respect that, because like I also don't sort of buy into the cult of celebrity, and I don't really I don't go for that, you know. Like, I just think certain people are really good at certain things that people hold in high regard, and but that doesn't mean that, you know, they're better people than a really fantastic car mechanic or something like that. We all have skill sets that are different, and you know, we attribute stardom to people that are like really good at specific things, but not necessarily because they're inherently good or moral or whatever, right? Like, it to me, it's a weird pretense for celebrity is just weird to me.
Right. No, it's true.
And so I totally understand. I don't know where I was going with that, but I totally understand like where he was at, you know, in his feelings towards that, and not really having any interest in talking about, you know, his work, because it's his work, and you know, he loves toys and he loves what he does, and he's really good at it, and he's very particular about it. You know, he has his little rules and his little like ways that he wants to do everything, and but he doesn't want recognition. And I was like, that's cool, I get that. Fast forward to Joe Fest last year, and I was there working the Spiro table. He was there with his brother Ira, and they were showing off their sort of designs and their ideas. And you know, I went over to the table and I was talking to them about it, and they were like, yeah, we're doing a soundtrack. And I was like, that is so cool. Like, I'm really, really impressed by this. I'm really inspired, and you guys have a really cool thing going here. Unbeknownst to me, they had actually already spoken to Jason, and kind of said, you know, would you be upset with us or angry if we you know, approach him and see if he wants to do for our idea, you know, the stuff that he's doing for you. And Jason said, no, absolutely not. You know, go for it. I don't know what he said. I assume he said he's the greatest guy. He's so easy to work with. He's charming and witty and handsome, and probably a lot more than that. But
Probably.
but yeah, they, over the course of a couple meals and a couple of drinks and just hanging out, you know, over the weekend. And actually, we didn't know this, but we had been on the same flight to Georgia, and then we figured out we were going to be on the same flight home, or at least sort of the first leg of our flight. And then, you know, in the airport in Calgary, Alberta, you know, over a couple beers while we were both waiting for our, you know, layovers and stuff like that, they're like, all right, do you want to start a toy company with us? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's make a Canadian toy company and see what we can do. So that's where I sort of came on board, but it's entirely their idea. It's Arlen's designs and sculpts, and then Ira and Arlen did the music and the lore. And I came in very late and, you know, asked them to change a few things, and they were like, no. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm just the accountant. I'm the glorified accountant. I understand. No, they you know, they're great, and it's been a lot of fun kind of tweaking things and you know, further developing some of the lore for some of the characters. And you know, now that I'm on board, and you know, there's some other stuff in the works for like future waves, and you know, furthering the lore and stuff like that. We're gonna have we're actually going to reveal another figure that's not in the Kickstarter on Friday, probably on the Instagram page, just because we, you know, it's weird because the Kickstarter is sort of what we're doing now, but it's like not like we want to do more lines and more waves, and
Right.
there's more to do, and this is just what we're doing right now. And people are like, well, what's next? You should do this. And it's like, well, you know, let's focus on this right now. Let's get this funded. Let's get this into production. Let's do this. And then when that's, you know, well underway, then we'll talk about the other things that we want to do. And we'll talk about, you know, what's wave 1.5 or what's wave 2 or whatever. So yeah, it's been crazy. It's been fun. But yeah, I mean, essentially I'm the glorified HR department
Right.
/ accounting / I kind of joke that like I do all the adult stuff and they do all the fun stuff.
You're also doing a lot of the, well, I mean, marketing is technically, but you know, tonight you're technically marketing.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. I do. I mean, I do a lot of stuff. I do whatever I can. It's sort of where I'm at right now. So
Are you, I mean, you said you were adding like to the, helping flesh out and add to the lore. So at any point are you hoping to introduce a character that you've developed, or?
no, I'm okay with that. Like you know, at least for now, like, and I think maybe this is probably something that a lot of people run into, is that like I think a lot of, like, I don't really have those aspirations. So
Okay.
it's kind of it's kind of worked out well for them that they picked me, because you know, I keep saying to them that they're not going to like me by the end of this, and I will be very good for their business, but you know, there will be times when we won't feel like we want to be friends. Because I'm the guy that says no. I'm the guy that says that's not financially responsible, or that you know, fiscally that just doesn't make sense. And they've already felt it a little bit, but you know, it has to be that way, because you can't just have a bunch of people that are dreamers that are sort of like taking risks and stuff like that. You do need somebody. You do need somebody essentially to say no sometimes. So
Right. Can't always be the yes person.
yeah, and I feel like I fulfill that role very well everywhere that I go. I'm the I have no problem saying no to people, so it kind of works in my favor sometimes.
I'll say the angry Canadian.
Yeah, I feel like I could lean into that a little bit more, but I'll save it. I'll save it for when I really need it.
Yeah. Well, it hits bigger if people sort of are
Yeah, I think so.
surprised
I think so.
when they weren't expecting it. So, and really quickly, Mint with Card is asking Adam, are those the spacemen to the left of you?
Yeah, these guys. I actually have here. Let me slide this over a little bit. So these are the Paint Masters. They're actually just on a wax
Ooh.
sheet, because that's how they got shipped to me. But I have the green ones here too, just can't get them all in the
That's
shop.
really cool.
Yeah, so my desk is covered with like prototype toys, which is again crazy.
Right.
And it's not something that I sort of thought would be, you know, in my life. But I love prototypes. I love test shots. I love, you know, the how it all gets made. So it's super, super fascinating for me to even get to be involved. But somebody was like, "Will you ever sell test shots?" And I was like, "I will never sell my test shots because I don't think I'd be able to let them go."
Yeah, that's always what's interesting. Like, you know, because I, you know, do a lot of sort of research into old toy lines. And when I'll be researching and I'll find like all of these private collectors who have like test shots and paint masters. And I'm just like, it's like, well, it's cool. I mean, for vintage toys, I think it doesn't seem as odd to me because, you know, like nobody expected any of this would be worth anything. You know, and I can imagine like vintage stuff walked out of vintage Kenner offices all the time, and
oh yeah,
nobody was worried because, you know,
who cares?
that's just a paint master. That's not an actual. Of course, now completely different, but like just you know, like Rudy Obrero, who did a lot of the original like box art for Masters of the Universe. He still has some of the like hand painted, you know, like toys that they sent him to do the art with, like
right, yeah.
And Alcala's like when Alfredo Alcala passed away, his son like had taken pictures, like he still had like a paint master they sent him of Tila to like, and I want to say he was the one who had like the second Tila had, where it's like she had like sort of longer hair that was down, because they still hadn't fully decided on her look when they were having him sort of do the first bits of art. And it's just, you know, like that to me makes sense. Like this is the artist who they gave these things to, but his family has also held on to this stuff, and it's like, I mean, at some point I assume they will sell them. But it's just odd to me whenever it's like sort of a modern toy line where people are like giving up sort of their pieces of it. Somebody once asked me, like, are you going to sell like your finished pages? And I'm like, I don't think I could. Like, you know, because part of it is having them all in a trapper keeper to just another form of OCD collecting, people. I do scan everything and have played around with sort of printing them out to see. Yeah, at some point there may be an opportunity to like a charity fundraiser or something where I would be willing to donate pages or whatever if I ever am interesting enough that people would be interested in owning something like that. But it would be really hard just to like give a page away. Like I say that, and I've got like 2 or 3 pages that I've done that I need to send to Brick. But I also specifically did those for Brick, so like it's not like I did it and I'm like, oh my god, Brick needs this. It was like, let me do something cool for Brick.
Yeah. It's every creator seems to be a little bit different, and I guess because I'm not a creator, I'm more interested in that stuff almost.
Yeah.
Because I have a couple test shots for modern stuff, and like check models, and like I just really like that stuff. Like even 3D samples, 3D printed samples. You know, largely because I know that I'm never going to have, you know, like a ripcord test shot from the 80s or something like that. So this is sort of the next best thing. It's sort of like, this is the stand-in for something like that. but it's also, you know, I like I said, I love the process. I love the like how toys are made. I think a lot of collectors kind of overlook the fact that like it's like a 2-year process. It's complicated. There's tons of steps. There's tons of things, you know, from whether it's sculpted in clay, whether it's sculpted in ZBrush, whether it's sculpted, you know, however it's done. You know, there's such a process to it. It's not just, you know, somebody thinks of a character and makes an action figure and away you go.
Right.
And to me, as somebody that I think maybe because I'm somebody that's not or doesn't see myself as creative, I'm fascinated by the process. I'm fascinated
Right.
of the like, what are the steps? How do you get from an idea to a physical toy that I hold, you know, dear? And so yeah, it's just it's cool. It's a very laborious process. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of, well, we can't do that. You know, will you compromise for this? And um so yeah, it's just very, very interesting to me. And so, you know, to that point, like I don't think I could give up. I don't think I could give up those pieces because they're, you know, they're almost like more interesting to me than some of the finished product.
I mean that makes sense to me. I love the creative process too, though. That's I think part of why I'm such a, you know, like it sort of gets said, oh, Allison understands all of the tooling for Masters of the Universe, and it's just kind of because of the geekiness. I like looking at all the production, the like concept art, and then sort of the production art where it was like, here, you know, like here's a rough sketch of this character. Here's what we presented to Mattel to get it approved. And then
Right.
here's
Yeah.
what happened. You know, here's how we reworked it after marketing like, you know, like Princess of Power, for example, like there's a step where Justine Danzer did like all of the designs and sort of character concepts. Then Noreen came in and sort of made them look like toys. And then, you know, they sent a bunch of the toys out to marketing focus groups of little girls, and they're like, oh, well, we should change the colors to be more pastel, more pink, more like
Hmm.
this is what the girls are responding to. Like, let's make Crystal Castle an actual crystal, you know, like look like it does instead of having a big giant creepy bird beak in the front that swallows the figures and drags them into the castle. Um, you know, but that's sort of that process, and that really interests me to see, you know, like what it could have been.
Yeah.
If they had just had a different set of girls that came in for that test market, it could have been
Right.
completely different. And that, you know, that's sort of, but I am creative, but it's also the creative process is interesting to me because it helps me with my creativity, seeing like what steps people took, trying to figure out how they got there.
Hmm. Sure.
It helps with troubleshooting whenever I can't figure out what the heck to do with stuff. So it's really cool. I am either tonight when we're done or tomorrow, probably tomorrow because I'm probably gonna crash right after this. But I'm gonna go back and get me the lady. So she can go on my cool figure shelf next to Glenda. Which thank you again for Glenda.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, my pleasure. That was that's a great figure. I like that figure a lot. The colorway, like the
Yeah. I opened her and then put her right back in since I'm not in my final area yet. I was like, I don't want to. And I might also sort of display her in box because the way that box is laid out, it's pretty easy to like. Some of the classified, in my opinion, don't display as well in box, but she kind of does.
She does, yeah.
And the box, you know, like it's just the whole concept. And you know, the box is as you know, because you know did unbox her, like
Yes.
she slides right back in, so it's
Yep.
not even like a, she's not encased like a bubble card. So I was like, I think I'm just gonna keep, you know, I'm gonna take her out, check her out,
Mhm.
and at that point I might change my mind and decide, oh, I'm gonna free her and pose her on the shelf with everyone else. But for now I'm thinking she's gonna be displayed in box, but not mint, you know, like not sealed box.
Not prison.
Yeah, she's not
Just-
imprisoned. She's
Yeah.
got a resting area. That is one of the frustrating things about when I buy like old. I've been finishing my 1980s Knickerbocker Annie collection,
Mhm.
and a lot of the the 6-inch doll scale were, you know, like I picked up a few of them on eBay, and people are like mint and sealed box, and then I get, and it's like, this has clearly been retaped, people.
Yeah. This tape is not 30 years old.
And you know, I definitely could tell with this because Knickerbocker used that tape that like whenever it did arrive, I touched the tape and it disintegrated.
Yeah.
And then there was just the strings that held the tape to, and it was just like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna peel these off now. I might as well open it, make sure everything is in there, because the cellophane on the front of those old boxes are often coming undone anyway. And back in the day when toy companies didn't think anybody would care in 5 to 10 years and just made it with whatever cheap material they could throw together.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I like. That's what baffles me, you know, especially when people are like complaining about how much toys cost now and like packaging. It's like, you guys, they use a lot different plastics and a lot different cardstock now, partly I think because it's going to last longer the way they do it now, because they know some of us are never going to open those things.
Mhm.
Like, we have all seen those cheap ass Power of the Force 2 bubbles that are completely yellow now
Yeah. Mhm.
because it was such a cheap plastic, and because there's such a plethora of Power of the Force 2 still out there. We can witness the decomposition that we're not seeing on as many vintage Kenners because there aren't as many of those still mint on card. And really quickly, hello, GI Jetman. Welcome. Thank you for popping in. Vine Jungle Figure Factory. Hello. Thank you. And then Dave's Dimension popped in. Smash the like button. Thank you. That would be muchly appreciated. And minimize that so that the Kickstarter address is in the bottom of the screen on the banner, and it's also in the description of the video. Even though we are keeping the shilling part of the evening subtle, Adam is partly here to help promote his Kickstarter Toyline.
Yes.
And I personally get that things are hard, but there are a variety of ways that you can support the Toyline. So please do. We want to support indie toy makers.
Yeah.
It's how we're going to get most of the interesting stuff.
Yeah. And on that
So
note,
that-
I'm going to step away and refill my drink. I'll be right back.
No
in
worries.
a minute.
So if we do that in 5 to 10 years, all the big boys will come and want to buy these smaller companies and make giant play sets. So. Very nice. Oh, and now my camera is focusing. It's all about putting that background behind She-Ra so that it would focus on her. Go figure. See if I miss anything else in chat. Oh, wow, I missed all of the talk about the debate. We're okay with that, though. Okay, there we go. Very nice. All right, caught up on chat. Hope everyone is doing well. And almost done with this actual page. I'm not sure. Adam's still got quite a bit, so we're good. Because I can work, again, I did print one because this was just sort of me trying to figure out what color scheme I wanted for the page. And I wanted to practice glow effects on the eyes. So that's the part you don't see in the videos usually. Is that I actually often will have the test page just off screen with notes on colors and stuff. And he's back.
Okay, where was I? Where am
I? Talking about kombucha. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a cat trying to break into the room. If you guys hear squalling and a door shaking, it's nothing to worry. It's just the cat. One of the three who have realized how long the door has been closed and that something is happening in here.
Oh, what I thought of while I was gone is that I've been doing reveals when I do videos. So I just realized why should this be any different? So
let me quickly put you on solo view.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Excellent.
Now I have to figure out how to do it through my phone. It's like not normally, so I got to figure out like where. Hold on, I got to get the lighting better too. It's probably gonna shake the whole camera and stuff.
We believe in you.
But you mentioned the ladies. So yes. We have Julia Stryker, and then we have Georgia McBride, currently as an unlock figure. And we've been showing, the alternate heads and some of the extra stuff that we get with some of those figures. I wanted to show the alternate zombified head for Georgia McBride, the orange astronaut in the Kickstarter. This is probably the wildest of all the zombified, character heads, named character heads. This is the zombified Georgia McBride. She's got an eyeball hanging out. Her blonde hair is sort of coming out through the space.
Oh my gosh, that's cool.
And it has an articulated jaw as well.
Oh my god.
Which you can remove, so she can actually be there with like no lower jaw.
That's really cool, Adam.
It's gross.
That's super cool. Fun. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm like, the figures are great. The astronauts and zombies are great, but I mean, this stuff is the stuff that is like super, super fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's all bloody on the inside and stuff. So.
Oh my god.
Very, very cool. I'll put that one here.
That's really cool. Thank you.
Yeah. It's I love this stuff. Like, that's the thing, is like, if they had come to me and they'd been like, hey, we want to have you as part of this company, and their toy line had sucked, I'd have been like, like, I'll consult a little bit, or like, you can pay me to like set it up for you, but I'm not interested. But they they want to do cool stuff, and I'm here for it. I want to do it too. I want to be
involved. Come to you and been like, look, we have this entire line of businessmen in action suits.
Yeah, we're doing only men.
Only men in suits.
You've never listened to me talk about action figures, have you?
This is old man Charlie. He's been at the company for 30 years. This is Robert from over in accounting. He's in a lemon yellow suit.
What does the villain come with? A pink slip.
Right?
That would be a fun toy line, actually. Just all the
That would
office
be
workers.
It would be a fun
Commercial to do, like
yeah,
a
it would be a fun
fake toy
toy.
line commercial.
Yeah, if you made your own figures and sort of had it a
Mhm.
shtick, that would be really funny.
And have kids playing with them.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, it's the retired founder.
Right.
Remember that
Oh,
episode of The
no.
Office where they bring the founder back? And he's
Yeah.
like, back in whatever. And Michael's like, get out of here. You're so boring. Can I get cab fare?
It's Alexander from HR. He's here to tell us we don't have enough women. We don't care.
Yeah.
That would
would
be a funny series of like
Yeah.
a commercial or a
That'd be a good like SNL skit. They did
Yeah.
that Star Wars one. They've done a couple kind of like that where it's just like,
yeah.
like, can you imagine if things were absurd as this? That Star Wars one was great though.
It was pretty good.
Now I want to go and watch that, but
My favorite is the it was in the 90s and I forget the name of the like what the fast food restaurant was, but it was basically a restaurant where you went and they gave you like a bag of shredded lettuce with like mayonnaise in it.
okay.
And they're like,
I don't remember it.
And now with every kids meal, you get free How Stella Got Her Groove Back action figures. And there's a little kid like, I am old enough to be your mom.
Yeah.
And
you know what though? I mean, that's the 90s were great, weren't they? Because you got things like Aliens action figures. So you
Yeah.
get an R-rated movie that has action, RoboCop action figures, Rambo
Yeah.
action figures. They're like, how do we market this to kids? They can't legally watch this movie unless their parents watch it and traumatize them. But we know that kids love army stuff. So let's do Rambo, who like cauterizes his own wounds with a hot knife. And like, I remember watching that as a kid. I think probably because parents were like, well, they have toys. How bad can it be? And just being like, huh, this is a lot different than my Saturday morning G.I. Joe cartoon. But I used to watch Tour of Duty too. My parents didn't. Maybe they didn't like.
I watched all of
notice
that
or
as
pay
a
attention.
small child, but at the same time in the 80s, things were much more feral. It was just like, whatever.
Yeah.
You're in the, like, they're quiet, they're out of the way, just let the kids watch their stuff.
Yeah, and I wasn't a violent child. I wasn't like reenacting, despite what they would make you believe. You can play a video game or like watch a show or whatever and not murder people.
Well, not for that reason.
No.
And really quick, Alan, Vine Jungle Figure Factory, Alan is asking why Catcher left the jewels behind. And the reason for that is for whatever reason, the coloring book that these are from altered it. It originally was a memory game in one of the coloring books, where this one said like Catcher has taken the jewels. And then on the opposite page, you had the She-Ra page. And you were it was like which gems and necklaces are missing. So it was like a memory game in the coloring book.
Oh, that's clever.
But because these two come from a French-Canadian version of the book, they didn't do any translations in the book. They just removed all of the words. So some of the cool games that had really nice art now instead are just pictures. So that was their way of getting around the bilingual thing in the 80s. Sometimes they don't need words.
Yeah. So. Bilingual. Never mind. We'll just put no words in.
Yeah, no words. French Canadian kids can just figure it out.
Well, that was like for me, when people talk about the mini comics, I was like, I don't get why people care about the mini comics, because the international version, like the Canadian versions, just
Yeah.
don't have words.
So that was common then. That's crazy.
So you just got pictures, and you're like, this is cool, but I don't understand why people are like buying a book of these compiled.
Right.
I was like, why would you like? What? It's just a picture book. Like, what's the big deal? Turns out, if you got the US version, you actually got words.
There were words in it. Yeah. No problem at all.
Who
Like,
knew?
I don't mind explaining stuff. I was like, thanks for explaining. I'm like, yeah, I'm not that kind of stream, Alan. If I see it, I'll explain.
Go
I do
Google
know
search it yourself.
I do know there are streams where people are like, how dare you ask a question? No, but if I see your question, I will answer it. Good luck trying to stop me.
I feel bad for those channels, because like how like how sad do you have to be to not like to be doing this, right? Like a public platform, and then
Yeah.
just like resenting people.
Well, also, and you know, again, I'm not going to name names because I'm not that person, but it annoys me when I'm in it, even if I'm not saying anything, when it's really clear that the person running the channel is only reading super chats because they're getting paid, but they're not
Yeah.
paying attention to the rest of the
Mhm.
chat. And like, one, I definitely, you know, like if someone sends you a super chat, you should respond to it. You should I mean, technically that's what a super chat is, right? They're paying so that their
Yeah.
comment will be seen. But at the same time, when people channel, and you know, like the channels that I'm not naming that I've seen do it, they're not getting that many paid comments, so it's not like they couldn't. And it just, for me, when I see that, it tells me what kind of person that channel is being run by. It's like they're strictly like that's not really building a community. So
Yeah.
and it, you know, like I think part of why I decided to is similar, I think, in some ways to how you ended up on YouTube as well, is I like meeting people who are into the same weird stuff and I'm so niche. Like I'm such a weird niche corner of toy collecting with the coloring books and girl figures and the weird nerdy lore stuff that I like. That if I can find five, you know, like in all the paper stuff, you know, like the instructions and the art and that, like that's the stuff I really dig still. So when I can find 2 or 3 people who are into it, like I'm gonna try to, like there are times people will leave comments on a video and it's like I technically don't know what to say, so I'll just give them like, you know, the thank you hands and like a little purple heart to like to acknowledge, like thank you for saying something kind or whatever. But it's
Thank
like
you
I
for
don't.
engaging. Thank you for letting
Yeah,
me know that you're out there. Like
you watched it, you enjoyed this. I appreciate you, and
There
I don't know.
I was watching, I think it was Toy Migos actually, and I love Toy Migos, but I don't watch them enough. I
Yeah,
would like to watch Toy Migos more than I do, because they are great, and they are, you know, it's same thing. They're just dudes talking about toys, and talking about toys because they like what they like, and they, you know, part of their thing is that, you know, each of them gets to kind of like pick a thing to talk about,
yeah.
and so like they're just there to hang out and talk toys. And one of the things that they do in their chat, and they even have kind of like a name for it, but if you're somebody that doesn't want to necessarily be in the chat, you know, you just go in there and put an ellipsis in, and then they're like, they acknowledge that you're there.
Oh,
And an ellipsis, for people that aren't, you know, English literature majors in university, is the 3 dots.
I'm Gen X. I know what it is. I use it all the time in writing.
Yeah. So, but it just sort of, you know, to encourage people to feel part of the community, even if they don't necessarily want to speak up. And I thought that was super, super cool.
That's
And I
a
keep
really cool
meaning to like
idea.
suggest that when I do videos, and being like, hey, if you're here, let me know. Just, you know, your comment can just be a smiley face or something.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to engage. You know, you don't have to do anything that you're not comfortable with. But like, I want to know who's out there and who's hanging out, and who's watching, because
It's really
that
cool.
is 100% of my motivation, is to like just talk toys. And you know, there's so many. You know, part of it for me too is that there's so many channels that want to just make toys not fun, and I just resent that so much.
Yeah,
That I
no,
just like, I want to sort of just add to the positive, you know, noise out there talking about toys. So
I've been unscribing to a lot of channels lately, and a lot of it just has kind of come down to like, are you doing clickbait? Have you
yeah,
clickbaited me more than three? Are you doing overly negative videos because it helps the engagement? And I said that I sort of explained that to somebody, and they're like, but they have to be in the algorithm. It's like, you have to do that in the algorithm because when you put that out and people respond to it, it tells the algorithm that it's going to push more
that's what they,
videos like
yeah,
that. If everyone stopped doing that kind of stuff and gave people the opportunity to respond to different types of videos, then the algorithm's going to push that. The algorithm isn't
it doesn't
so
control
it's
you,
yeah,
you
it's not
control it.
yeah, and yeah, people are more likely to click on it. That's a problem with people. But I also feel like it's a symbiotic relation. It's like the
Mm-hmm.
force; it flows
Mm-hmm.
through you. If you only engage with negative videos, because that's all that's showing up in your feed, there are two different people feeding into that problem that aren't the algorithm. So it's like if you're only making videos that are clickbaity or negative, and then you're making the video that's negative to a company in it, and people are clicking on it,
Yeah.
then you're sort of contributing. And it's like, I know I've fallen for the negativity videos before. It's like, but I don't feel good after watching them. And what I have been doing is responding to them far less, clicking on them far less, and clicking on stuff I do like. And it has taken a while, but I'm getting to a point where it's like I'm getting a lot of art videos. I'm getting a lot of um, sort of like people sort of talking philosophy and stuff. I'm trying to like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
talk around um, just because you know, like if you say certain things on your stream, like then they'll push you and there's no way I want the people that are talking those certain philosophies you know, like I don't need them showing up on my streams. Um, so yeah, like I've been trying to study and try to learn stuff, but I also am trying to engage with a certain kind of content so that I get less people like, oh my god, you're not going to believe the toys that they're, you know, like what this toy company is doing is outrageous. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I've just been feeling really sort of negative when I see people doing that in a way where it's like it makes it not fun to be around those people. So I've been trying to move away from engaging because that's the problem. Like you engage with it, you can only blame the people making the content for it if you're not at all engaging in it. So try not to engage and trying to stick to the sciencey stuff that I want to learn about and all that stuff. So
Yeah, there's you know, the real sort of shame is that there's tons of amazing content out there.
yeah,
Um and the algorithm effectively makes it hard to find sometimes.
it really does. But you also, but again, if you engage with it, and the algorithm basically is the ultimate people pleaser,
Yeah.
and it
Well,
works.
yeah, I mean it's designed to get you to watch more videos, not less.
Yeah,
So if they're showing you things that you don't want,
you don't
um
click on
and
them.
you don't click on them, then
Yeah.
it kind of rejigs. You know, it's funny because I think you can control it to some extent for
Mhm.
your own algorithm, because I love to like, I actually go through my history and like delete history of things that I watched just to see what some knucklehead was talking
Interesting.
about, kind of thing. Just to see if there's any merit in their drivel. And then I'll kind of go back and delete it, like I said, in my history. But then they'll recommend other things from that channel, and then I'll click that like don't recommend this channel. And so
Yeah.
I think YouTube has a hard time with me because I engage with the algorithm effectively,
Oh
and
my.
it's sort of like doesn't know what to do with me because it shows me something that it thinks I'm gonna like, and I'm like, get that garbage out of here.
That explain, like, because mine kind of reset recently, but I just realized I just cleared all of my cookies.
Yeah, exactly. And when you
And
clear that, it doesn't know what to show you anymore, because if you clear it, it assumes, I think, that like you didn't like it enough to want to watch more of that. And so
it
it's
was recommending like stuff that I, from like music videos and karaoke, all the
yeah,
stuff from
it
during
has to
the
dig deeper. It has
from
to
all
work
the stuff
harder.
from like 2000 to 2022.
Hmm.
And I was just thinking the other day, like, why is all this old stuff? Not that I was complaining. I'm like, I really like that song. Like, I haven't listened to that in like 2 years.
You end up watching all those videos, and they're like, "We did it! We
But
cracked her
that would
code."
make sense because I did completely, clean out all the cookies and reset.
Hmm.
Because the browser needed an update, and it's just a good time to
Yeah,
purge a bunch of stuff when you're updating the browser, and that makes perfect sense.
yeah.
Okay.
You gotta hit that reset button sometimes.
Let's see. Is that a known creature hiding behind Adam's rocks? Technically, it is not. What's really, and I, this is sort of a shameless plug. It'll be either in April or May. I'm doing a Villain Obscura video on Catra's minions, and I'm gonna include sort of all of these like giant orc cave creatures that Catra has. Because at the time where they did most of the first wave coloring books, they hadn't figured out sort of how to handle the horde. So Catra's minions are all these weird orcs and dragons and like lizard creatures. Just for like 2 of the coloring books. So there's not really any lore. There's not names given for them. So I'm going to spend a couple minutes in a video covering all of her, sort of all of the minions that they gave her to sort of fill in the blanks while they were figuring out how to handle sort of the horde and She-Ra's non-cartoon content, because of the way the licensing is really weird between the Toyline and the cartoon. So yeah, we don't know what they are.
Mine is gonna be purple, by the way. I decided.
Nice.
That's
There
why.
is I actually, the page he's doing is from a double page spread. If anyone is interested, if you go into the color and chill playlist on the channel, there is an actual, I think it's one of my 8 or 9 minute videos, because it took me like 10 hours to color the double page spread. But I do, because the other page has Angela sitting on a cloud watching. I'm trying to warn him. Because that was one of her powers in the coloring books, is that she had floating clouds. That she would float around Etheria and like wave to people and warn them, which is very odd. Like, it'll be fun to cover that when I get to the hero profile videos and talk about Angela on her cloud. But yeah, there are a lot of them, and they're really cool. There's also a video in there called Catra Plots with her minions. It's from October. That has more creatures like that. I just did them in different colors. I sort of did a sort of riff on Teletubbies with them. So they're all like really bright, sort of primary colors. So yeah, no name though. They're really interesting. Even as a kid, I always thought they were really, and I was always surprised that they never showed up in the cartoons or any other media.
You would think with like all the creatures and random kind of one-off, one-episode characters that somehow they would have crept in there.
Yeah, you would. What's interesting is as I've been digging down into stuff for Princess of Power, there are a couple characters that I actually think were not supposed to be one-off characters. And there are a lot more characters who are actually from Mattel than I think people realize. Like I'm working on the Voltac video for, I've pushed it up because the figure is going to drop. This is the one place where I do kind of sometimes chase the algorithm. If like a figure is going to drop and I have a video work, I will sort
Bump
of
that one forward.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a video I was going to do anyway.
Yeah.
But you play into the algorithm. People are going to be way more interested in Voltac next week than they will be 3 months from now when he was originally scheduled. But I have some of the art from the production of the line I have has a mysterious looking vulture character that they designed. So I am kind of thinking Voltac was originally a Mattel character that never got a toy. It's sort of like Acrobad. Kind of like how Colonel Blast became Rio Blast. And if I'm right, I think Shadow Weaver started out at Mattel as well. So that's a much later video, though. I've got a lot more work to do on because Shadow Weaver isn't really an obscure villain. So she's gonna get a big, cool video at some point this year. But yeah, sorry to hijack for the shameless promotion for a few minutes there, but there's some cool stuff coming for those of you who enjoy the villain stuff I do. You know, I completely agree with you, Mint with Card. I do think his name is Barney, and yep, definitely just a freelancer. He paid off his credit card debts and the stripper bill, and he stopped hanging out with Katra. Seems legit. I mean, you know.
Can't prove that it's not correct.
I've seen nothing to the contrary, so allegedly it could be true. It's factually possible.
Yeah, I love the idea of that. Just made me think, not that it's directly related, but like plausible versus possible.
Yeah.
And how so many people don't quite, you know, because something's possible doesn't mean that it's plausible. That it's like
exactly like anything is possible. That doesn't mean it's probable.
You hear people talking about, oh, they, you know, this company did this or did this because this, and you're like, well, while that is, you know, a logical sort of progression, it's incorrect.
Right.
It's,
yeah, I definitely have seen a lot of that lately, and I'm just like, oh no. I had a friend, and when I lived in Texas, who she wanted to move to Los Angeles to be an actress, and she was like, I'll be famous. I'm like, not likely. And she did say, well, anything is possible. I'm like, it's possible, but unlikely. Like, good luck, sister girlfriend. So she moved to Los Angeles and then moved back within a year because she couldn't get an audition for anything.
And never spoke to you again to give you the satisfaction that
we had stopped. I heard about that through friends. We stopped talking for other reasons. She would invite me over. She was a vegetarian, and she would invite me over, and she's like, I'm gonna cook chicken stir fry for you.
Oh.
And I would get there and I would eat it and it'd be terrible, and it was tofu. She could not cook. Tofu is okay if you cook it right. I'm also really allergic to soy, but did not know it at this time. So I would eat soy and terrible things would happen to me afterwards. It's like The Exorcist in reverse, sort of. Anyway, I'm not going to say that on the internet. But picture the reverse, but I don't mean the pea soup coming out of my mouth. I mean, anyway. But I did not know that that's why I would get really ill after eating tofu. Because I didn't even at the time realize tofu was made of soy, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, who did at that point?
And so she would invite, but I could tell it was tofu because tofu has a very spongy consistency when it's poorly prepared. But
Chewy and
but the whole time she's like, "Don't you just love this chicken we're having?" And the whole time I'd be like, no, it's really good. And at the end, she's like, "You didn't realize it, but it was tofu the whole time." And I was like, "Oh
yeah.
no, I knew it was bad." And she would get mad. And she did that to me like 5 or 6 times, and I would tell her, like, "Don't do that to me." It's like, I will come over here and eat your horrible tofu because it's a free meal. I'm broke, but it's also hospitality, and I like kind of hanging out. Less and less is the it's not chicken saga continued. And I was just really fed up. And she was doing it to everybody in our friend circle, but she would never invite us all over. She'd do it one-on-one, right? Which started
she'd
feeling
isolate you.
Which, yeah, it started feeling like a weird cult or MLM scheme, like with her tofu chicken, or non-chicken that tastes like tofu. So anyway, I invited her over for dinner. I'm like, I'm going to make stir fry. It's going to be tofu. I've never made it before. I'm sure it'll be good, though. She came over and we ate. And I was like, how are you liking it? She's like, oh my God, what did you do? This is so good.
This is
I'm
the
like,
best
really?
tofu
You
I've
like
ever
the
had.
tofu?
I feel like
like,
I know
yeah.
where this story's going because I know
It's
you
going
well enough.
exactly where you think it is, and everybody never wants to believe it because they're like, "That's terrible." It's not. So anyway, after she was done eating and she's sitting there, I'm like, "So you really liked it?" And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Well, let me give you the recipe because it's
Would
so
you
much
eat it
better."
again?
I'm like, "It's so much better than what you've been cooking, right?" And she's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "It was chicken. It was real chicken." Oh,
You're welcome.
if you've never seen a vegetarian meltdown before, let me tell you, it was spectacular. And she was just cursing me and like, how terrible, how dare you? I ate an animal. And I'm like, you've been tricking all of us for months, badly, might I add,
Yeah.
and lying to us, never taking into, again, I didn't know I personally had this food allergy at the time. If I did, I probably would have been far more, I probably would have like fed a rat or something.
Just straight up poisoned her.
Yeah. Like, here you go. It's a little, it tastes like almonds, right? It wasn't chicken, it was cyanide. Anyway,
Surprise.
she got so mad, and then she didn't talk to me for a long time after that. And she's like, I guess I can forgive you. I'm like, I don't need you to forgive me. I need you to stop being a bitch about your fucking tofu. Anyway, so we didn't really talk, and then she moved to LA and failed miserably, and then moved back to Austin. And last I heard, nobody talks to her anymore, so who knows where the hell she is. And we left that for her. So anyway, yeah, it was a little rude. And she definitely had some, like moral things going on. So I did sort of, it's not a move I would make at this stage in my life, but at 26, it seemed reasonable. But also just like the whole audacity of like feeding me tofu and lying to me about what I'm eating when people do have allergies. Like, if a child is allergic to peanuts and you feed them peanuts and they get sick, like that's on you. And it's like, you have to be really honest about ingredients. And the whole secret, like I will eat like once a year. I love edamame. So once a year, I buy a giant bag of edamame knowing that I'm going to pay for it for like 3 days. I get the Pepto, I get all, like all of this, the Kaopectate, all the things. And I prep myself and I'm like, it's going to be a miserable 3 days, but for those, like that hour of joy.
So worth it.
And the post glow before it really hits me, like I'm going to love it.
Yeah.
But it's a choice. That's my body, my choice, people. I'm going to eat the edamame and get sick, but I don't trick me into eating tofu. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night at work, Alex. We probably won't go too much longer. Technically, we're over the 2 hours. And I just lost my camera, so the camera just died.
Okay,
So pretty
enjoy
much,
watching me color and not engage with the
I was like,
audience.
it's because the tofu story happened.
Your camera is allergic to tofu as well.
It's called the battery died, but it's fixable. I've got 2 phones because I'm bushy. No, it's just if you have your one phone long enough, they don't make you turn it in. So
Yeah, we get to keep all ours. We never upgrade our phones until they're free. Like
exactly
so,
same.
so they're like, you should really consider not using that phone ever again.
Well, when I upgraded to this, the one that just died because it's been 2 hours or whatever, they were like, if you send it in, we'll give you even more off of the new phone. I'm like, no, I do YouTube now. I need 2 phones.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
These coloring book pages, as I'm sure you are aware. Now whether you'll agree or not, I don't know. You get to these little sections where you're like, I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, or like how I'm supposed to, like, I'm not sure what to do with like this section behind Bo, because it feels like a wall, and I'm like, is it
Yeah, it's
grass? Is it green, or do I go gray? Or like, this looks like a cloud, but I think it's probably a bush.
yeah.
Is this
Let's
sand over here, or was it like, you kind of you kind of think, okay, they committed to Bo, they committed to this like demon, they committed
yeah,
to this tree, and then somebody just drew a bunch of lines, and they're like,
yeah.
let the kids figure it out.
So
Not my
what's
problem anymore.
so the way I interpreted directly behind him is a giant boulder.
This
Yep, that
okay.
right where your pencil is right there, that's clouds from Angela's cloud that she's sitting on.
Oh,
And then
okay.
right under that is some bushes.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, yeah, that's what I was thinking for
Yeah.
these bits
So
under here. But I was like, why is there a cloud here? But that makes sense.
yeah.
Mine was
Yeah.
from the trace and color, so I didn't
Which
get the 2-page fold, or the
yeah,
2-page
exactly.
spread.
They did that a lot with the 2-page spreads from the Who's Who coloring book, where they would split them up. Sometimes in the same another coloring book, but they'd be like pages apart.
Hmm.
Which again, I never, as a kid with these books, never realized that really. But when I was going through all of the Shira books and sort of planning out, like, oh, this will make a good short, or this will be good for a 9-minute time lapse on a Friday, I was like, wow, they really sort of
They
they
called a
made
lot of this in.
they made a lot of this Fred Carilla. They paid him probably really well for 2 books and then used it for like 17.
Hmm.
But again, like when they were making these, like there is no way in hell that they thought 40 years from now there'll be some bitch on the internet coloring all of this and
True.
like dissecting in minutia our art choices. Like at times I feel very fortunate that the art in some of these is as good as it is, because there are some Thundercat coloring books that, oh my god, it's the worst thing you've ever seen.
Oh, that Crystar one that my wife found is terrible. Like, there's
Yeah, the one, the is it the tournament? I think it's the
let me
tournament.
grab it. I think it might be. Yeah, I think it might
Yeah,
be.
I've got that one only digital, but the other Crystar coloring book, which is sort of a different one, that one has pretty good art. So the fact that Crystar one had really bad art in it though is really disappointing to me, because it was by Marvel Books. They had access to really amazing artists for those books.
Yeah, I mean, the cover's fine, but then you get into it, and it's like there's just a whole bunch. Like, it starts off okay, like some of these pages are
Yeah,
okay, and then you get just stuff where it's just none of the lines are like solid enough. Like, I don't know
yeah.
how you'd color this as a kid, which is probably why a lot of these pages aren't
Well, also
colored.
with Crystar, they released 4 books at once, because like the comic book only lasts um I have a video on my channel, and also Toy Geeks recently did. I did all the research for the Toy Geeks episode, so I'm really on top of the Crystar right now. But it was only 11 issues of the Marvel comic book, and the Rimco Toyline only lasted a year. But they dropped 4 coloring books at the time the Toyline and the comic book dropped. Which, based on the timelines of everything, that means they did all the art for all 4 of those coloring and activity books in like 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
And when, like, it's a coloring book, but like, even
still, you still got to draw it. You still got
like this Catra, like, I would assume this, this Catra, this Shira, I'm going to assume that's at least half of a day or a full day worth of work to like plan it out, sort of so that it looks good. And, like with this one, with the Catra and the Shira here, like the advantage they have is they have a page almost just like the Cinemasters of the Universe where it's Tila and Catra. So they likely took those original art pages and then plopped some tracing paper over it, redrew Shira and Catra, and then and then the page is done, because even the Barbie books that Golden Book was doing at the time would often, I have a bunch of Barbie books, and there's like one from 1967 that's the exact same story as a coloring book from 1986, and even has some of the same compositions. It's just been drawn over with the, like, we're promoting Peaches and Cream Barbie for this one instead of Quick Curl Barbie, so redraw it so it's Peaches and Cream. So
tweak some of the line work and
so that
make it plausible that it could be this one.
Exactly. So but but it makes sense based on what the production and with, again, the purpose for coloring books back in the day. It's, again, they never thought, it wasn't high art. It was like, let's do something because people buy this for their kids. It's pretty easy marketing, especially before you could do cartoons.
Yeah.
And I don't know in your part of the world, but where I lived, like, often grandparents and aunts and uncles would go buy a stack of coloring books and a bunch of crayons for like family reunions or like on holidays or whatever, and you'd throw it in the room, and
there you go, kids.
If it was too cold to go out, or if it was raining, or it was dark.
The adults are going to be drinking in the other room. You guys color these books.
Yeah, because TV ended back then at like 10 o'clock in some places.
Well, this boggles my children's minds, but like the idea that we got up early on Saturday, got our own cereal.
Yeah.
There was probably a prize in the box when you opened it. By the second day, it was already gone because you dug it out already.
Yeah.
And you watch cartoons until, if you were lucky, sort of later in the 80s or into the 90s, till, maybe 9 a.m. And then that was it. Cartoons were done. You had to wait till next Saturday. And then into the 90s, in the 80s too, there was some after school stuff, but into the 90s.
Once the Smurfs really hit here, this is possibly different between the US. By the time the Smurfs hit, every year they would just do another 30 minutes of Smurfs. So sort of by the time I stopped getting up for cartoons in like 88, 89, like cartoons ended at like 11 a.m. and then you got like some sort of a movie made for kids, like an after school special, but not.
Yeah.
Like the ABC, I think they called it ABC Story Break, maybe, or Story Time, and had really crappy animation of a book opening and stuff coming out of it. But yeah, and you were lucky if there were good cartoons. There were some years where it was just like not so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, different times. But yeah, there's no, you didn't like, maybe if you were lucky too when you were a kid, you know, going back to like adults would do adult stuff, and like maybe if you were lucky that adult, you know, had a VHS player that recorded, and like maybe their family had like some cartoons on a VHS tape.
Yeah.
And so you could kind of extend the morning into the night if the parents wanted to like set it all up and do all the hard work of.
Yeah, we were the family that had the VHS, and like literally my mom would tape Saturday morning cartoons. And we didn't get He-Man where I lived until like 1984. And where my grandparents lived, they got it in 1983. Like right when it launched. It was like there immediately. So we went for Christmas, I think it was like Christmas. Yeah, it was Christmas, and my mom, we lived in Louisiana, and like on the Gulf Coast, the Gulf of Mexico, and
The where? I've never
the
heard
Gulf
of
of
that.
Mexico, where I grew. It's, I believe, fictional now, but I grew up on the Gulf of Mexico in Louisiana, and my grandparents lived in Central Texas, and we would drive, and it was like 6 to 8 hours depending on traffic in Houston, and we would bring our VCR because my grandparents didn't have one yet, and we would bring our VCR because they were still $200 or $300.
Yeah.
American at the
Yeah, it was a
time.
big deal to get one.
And they brought them for Christmas and literally set up that VCR. And every afternoon we were there for like a week. And every afternoon when He-Man came on, my mom would get in there with the little connected by wire, because we had a fancy VCR that had a wire, but it was a wire remote control. It didn't detach. And she would get in there and she would pause it so that we could get the commercials out.
Oh wow! Like she would do it
She was
live
on.
while you were watching.
Yeah, we were
Like she
watching
was
and she was
recording it in.
and getting the
Yeah.
commercials out. And so that we had, when we got back to Louisiana afterwards, we had a tape with like 5 episodes of He-Man on it.
Wow.
So all the kids in the neighborhood were at our house for quite a bit after that, until we finally got it locally. But for the first 6 months of He-Man and Masters of the Universe, my mother recorded every episode every afternoon so that we had stacks of VHS tapes. And the same when She-Ra started, she would because She-Ra came on before I was home from school, so my mom would make sure to record. I had like 6 VHS tapes EP with like 12 to 13 episodes of She-Ra on it, no commercials. So
That's pretty crazy. That's like dedication on your mom's part.
Yeah.
Do you think now, you know, maybe Payne should be asking you these questions rather than me. Do you think that some of your affinity for Princess of Power is related to your mother diligently recording the show for you?
It is not.
Okay.
My mother grudgingly recorded that. My love for Princess of Power is Princess of Power hit in 1985. So
I was rad, and that's
I was 11. It was super rad.
Yeah.
But I was also 11, and they were like, you really shouldn't be playing with toys anymore. They're for little kids.
And you were like, have you seen this shit though?
Well, I didn't know. I knew He-Man had a sister, and I knew they were going to make a toy, but that was all we really knew. And I was still, every so often I get like GoBots. Star Wars was winding down by 85, and I kind of lost interest. I'm not going to lie. There were no new Leias in the 1985, Power of the Force 1 line. And I'm like, where's my Ewok Celebration Leia? We're getting Luke with the Stormtrooper mask. Where the hell is my ceremonial Leia?
Right.
Bespin Escape Leia. Not that I called her Disco Boot Leia, the Bespin Escape costume, because those cool boots. But I knew She-Ra was coming because, there was a media blitz even before it hit. And my Tila broke that year. So for summer break, I went and stayed in North Louisiana with my mom's side of the family, that grandma. And we were at the shop where she got her nightgowns and her slippers because she was very particular about the texture of
Right.
the gowns. And she
Right.
also
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
she was a bigger woman. And so she also had muumuus, and there was only one kind she could wear where she didn't feel like she was in a muumuu.
Hmm.
It was at the store called Perry's. And I know half of the reason she would come and get me for summer every year was because she had to go through the one town where that Perry's was. And my Tila had broke, and I had the red-haired Tila from the vintage. Played her to death, like broke her because like Tila could fly, Tila could do everything. And but also it was wave one Tila, so my card back and the comic book in it was like wave one. So no Tila art on the back. So that Perry's had the second release Tila, but she had brown hair, but it had the art on the back of the card. And it had the Tale of Tila comic book in it where she's a clone of the sorceress. So I got that and I was excited because I finally had that. My mom wouldn't buy me another one when she broke. She was like, I'll just figure out how to glue her back together. Mother.
Is that where you got customizing from?
That's probably where some of it was because of the insanity of the thought that she could just glue Tila
That you
back
could just
together
make
and
an
she'd
action
work.
figure, basically. Yeah. of
She could
course.
just like get in there with the super glue and make that rubber band.
Rubber again.
Yeah, like it annoyed me. And my Evil Lynn had like some paint rub and looked. I had lost the wand. I think the dog ate it. And Batila, I mean, Evil Lynn had come with the card art. So, but Perry's had at that point like 2 for 1. So I got a new Evil Lynn and a new Tila the same day.
Nice.
And then
It's a good
Spikewar
combo.
came out, and my brother was like, "Don't get Spikewar. I want Spikewar." And I was like, "Too late. I already got him." And I was like, "Grandma, we need to buy Spikewar." And then she took me, and when she go to the beauty parlor, she dropped me off, and I would watch Return to Oz. And then Goonies that summer. And then when she took me to Central Texas to the other set of grandparents. The first day I was there, my grandpa and I went to Walmart because he had just retired from the military. So he could get his cigarettes. He wasn't supposed to smoke. But grandma still worked, so he didn't, what she didn't know. So it was like, and my mom was already mad because I had Tila and Evil Lynn and toys. And I'm too old for them. And grandpa was kind of like, can't tell your grandma. And I was like, well, I'm getting a toy. He's like, your mom says. I'm like, well, then I guess grandma needs to know you're buying cigarettes. So I went to the toy department and there was...
That sounds on brand for you.
Yeah, very much. You know, but I went to the toy department and there was an entire, like 4 cards wide, 4 quarters, like 16 pegs of She-Ra.
Yeah.
And all the glitter and the sparkly cape and like the pink card. And I was just like, oh my God, I must have She-Ra.
I changed my mind. I need this now.
I need her. Fuck whatever I was going to get instead.
Mm-hmm.
And she was in a weird place. She wasn't even in the... It was like they just got him and just stuck her. They didn't know where to put her.
Yeah, they weren't quite sure what it was.
And they didn't have catcher. They didn't have anyone. So I grabbed her. And, you know, and my grandmother was like, where did that come from? You're not supposed to be getting toys anymore. And I'm like, well, and then at the same time, my uncle who worked at a body shop, they needed somebody to redo their gardens because they were trying to make it look more upscale than a greasy auto shop with auto repairs.
Good luck.
And they're like, we will pay. And I was 11, mind you. And they're like, we can't pay you officially because you're 11. But they paid me $50 that summer to redo their gardens. So that enabled me to get Catra, Double Trouble, Bo, Angela, because that's all that was out that summer. Like the rest of them came out later. All 3 of the horses. I did not get the Crystal Castle, but because 3 horses were cooler than the castle. I knew I could get my grandma in Louisiana to get me the castle for Christmas. Right. I got the deluxe color forms and a bunch of coloring books. And then went and saw the Goonies a bunch of times. So it was pretty, you know, like I spent that $50 well.
I mean, not a bad summer either. Really.
Not a bad summer, but so a big part of the affinity for She-Ra was it was forbidden.
Right.
But I also bought it all myself, and then I still had, and like I picked up babysitting jobs and recycled cans and emptied the couch cushions of every quarter in time I could find. So whenever Cast a Spell and Glimmer hit KB Toys, I was able to like buy them. When Frosty came out, I was able to buy her. And then the only place we could, and at that point, my mom had just given up. And then for Christmas, I got the Crystal Castle and Enchanta. And we had to order Cal through the Sears catalog because none of the stores were getting them. Or if they were, he was like being bought immediately. So that's why I have an affinity for it, was because it was forbidden and I pretty much bought it all myself.
Yeah.
And what I didn't buy myself, I manipulated somebody into buying for me. So.
Right.
So that's the same as earning it, right?
It's almost better, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. So
more, because it's more of a challenge. Because anybody can just go out and babysit or have a paper route.
Yeah, and I was like,
bullied somebody into getting it for you or blackmailed them into something. That's a pretty
kind of what
good
happened
achievement
with my
for a kid.
grandfather, but I mean, he
legit.
wasn't supposed to be smoking, so really, like, I did him a favor by not ratting him out. I mean, they forced retired him from the military because he had emphysema, and he was buying cigarettes. So, like, probably if I had not been 11 and realized the implication of that whole thing, probably would not have blackmailed him into like letting me get She-Ra. But at the same time, like, I really wanted She-Ra, so. Anyway, that's why She-Ra is. And that's why I think it's extra for me about sort of how girly and how, like, all of that is, because it was so everything. It's so toyetic in a really specific way that they were really like, it's time for you to give up little kid things and grow up. And there's just something very toyetic about it in a way that, like, He-Man, He-Man's very rough and tumble and grown up kind of in a weird way. So my brother didn't like She-Ra, so it was one of the few toy lines I didn't have to share with him. So there are all sorts of reasons, but that's the biggest of them, is just that I earned that toy line.
It was yours.
It was like, completely mine.
Yeah.
My brother, like I said, he got Peekaboo that day, but it was so that we could trade, and he got the Spike War. Yeah. But other than that, they were all mine. Like, and pretty much I paid for all of them. Like, I would say birthday money and babysitting, or I hate any sort of physical labor to this day, but I sure as hell did a lot of like washing dishes to earn quarters and dollars. So anyway, that's my She-Ra origin story. See, and this is a good point, Quip. Like, a lot of people have childhood trauma around Return to Oz, especially the Wheelers. I always loved how dark and, like, I think too, though, most people, like, The Wizard of Oz, they're most familiar with the MGM movie, which has, there's some darkness in there with the little creepy monkeys with wings and
the use of all those children and little people.
Yeah, the exploitation of the little people.
It's also a little problematic.
There's a lot going on there that we could talk about, but in the 80s we didn't consider that exploitation.
No.
It's a different time. But I'd also read all of the Oz books in like 3rd grade, and they're pretty, like, the Return to Oz is very on brand with the actual Oz books.
Yeah.
So I was excited because it was more like, I love the original Wizard of Oz, but it's not on brand for Oz, like the way that like Return to Oz was. So that didn't traumatize me. The never ending story thing totally traumatized me. I've got a never ending story coloring book that actually has that scene in it. And even has like a page where it's like the kid like
Pulling
in
the
tears
horse.
trying to free the horse. And I printed it up. I'm like, I'm going to turn this into shorts, right? I'm like, let's traumatize everybody on YouTube.
Yeah.
And every time I sit down to do those pages, I cannot. Like, just the memory of the trauma from the never ending story as a kid. And I had forgotten about that scene for a long time. And I'm like,
That
my
scene
mom
hits
was like, you kids are
hard.
going to love this movie. It's so good. And the
It
pitching
really
in
is,
it.
though.
It really is, but like I never rewatched it until like my late 20s. And I was like, why have I never rewatched that? And I'm watching, I'm like, this is all so cool. And then we got to the horse scene, and I'm like, oh my God, I've repressed this whole thing. This is why. Oh my God. And it all came back. And so, yeah, pretty traumatic, I will say. Capatronic HD. Well, I've got turtle pages printed to do some coloring with. It's just finding time to sit and color them. So definitely I've got, I know I've got a Kang and Shredder. Krang. Wrong. Kang is Marvel. I've got Krang and Shredder. I've got Bebop and Rocksteady. And I've got a page with April and all 4 of the turtles. I just have to sit down and make it happen. So that's going to be really trauma, Quip. Wait till she's a little older. I think if I had been expecting the trauma there, it would have been different. But like, there's, like, I was not expecting that as a kid from Never Ending Story. So
I think that was like for a lot of us, that was kind of one of the first that was the first scene, that was sort of one of the first like really genuinely traumatic scenes that parents were sort of actively showing their children.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because cartoons always hit different. Like, at least for me, like I never really thought of cartoons as like real. I
Well,
always found it
also,
hard to like emotionally sort of get invested in a cartoon.
well, even with like say Bambi, it's like it's still mostly off screen. You hear the shot, you figure out what happens.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, it's not like with the Never Ending Story, you actually see it happen.
You actually see
It's
it. Yeah,
just-
yeah, yeah. Well, that's
and,
I mean, like Joe, everybody's shooting everybody, but nobody ever gets shot. You
yeah,
know?
nobody's ever actually hurt in that one, and like it's all lasers and
I've realized
exactly.
now as I'm like watching Masters of the Universe and Thundercats with my kids that like as much as we imagined that they were all just fighting each other all the time, they never even fight. Like,
Yeah,
like there's never actual, hand-to-hand combat, or like there's the odd thing where somebody shoots a laser or swords cross or whatever,
yeah,
but it's always like, oh, here's a problem and we need to like creatively problem solve it, or we need to escape from somewhere, or, like we need to figure out why this is happening. Like, you don't realize that it's a lot more problem solving, and like how do you deal with adversity, and like
yeah.
we did learn a lot from it, like we
Oh yeah,
were actively participating in conflict resolution rather than actual like learning how to fight people.
right.
um
Well,
and then yeah, that just bangs you over the head, and you're like, so the horse is gone, like that's it.
yeah, and it's not even the typical movie death where it's like in the next scene, like everyone
They
is go on
recover.
without me, and
Yeah,
like he's messed up for almost the rest of the movie because of that.
yeah.
Even when that big flying dog thing saves him, it's still like. But people are calling out Optimus Prime. And I will say a lot of people were hit by that. But that's
Yeah,
also
that's a
like,
good point. I didn't see that as a kid.
yeah, I wasn't a huge, I was not into Transformers. There were no girls in the toy line, so like I was like, whatever. I'll get GoBots, they're cheaper. Pathfinder, Spacey, Crasher was a great villainess. What's interesting is I've been, digging into GoBots as I prep some GoBots content. And in a lot of the original media, Pathfinder was actually a boy. And apparently the cartoon changed that so that there would be like more girls on the side of good. So it's just really interesting that they, like the coloring book and a lot of the storybooks from before the Hanna-Barbera cartoon had Pathfinder as a guy. And then I guess Hanna-Barbera was like, no, we want this cartoon to appeal to more people.
How dare they take away our male characters?
Right. Yeah, right. That's what it was really weirdly shocking to me though, because it was like I never considered that, that wasn't, but when you look into their origins from, Japan, where they were originally just sort of these little transforming toys, there was no lore like that behind them. And
Right.
most of them had no sort of gender stuff. It would have just been assumed that they were all boys just because that's just how it was. None of them were pink. But
what pink implies that it's a girl? What are you talking
right.
about? As I color my
RC.
pink, like pink ogre here.
But I don't know. It was just interesting that they like made that change, and when I saw that, I was like, GoBots would have hit so much differently for me if Pathfinder had not been, like a girl GoBot. So it's funny the way like little stuff like that,
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
really
yeah.
think about it until you have to think about it. And it's like, wow, that would be really
So you're like reflecting on it as
right.
like, why was this foundational? Like, why was this something that I cared about so much? And
Yeah, and just all the girl characters, like, if there hadn't have been as many, if Tila and Evelyn had not been in Masters of the Universe, I probably would have never gotten, like Strawberry Shortcake was huge, but I probably would have ended up collecting like Rose Petal Place or, Rainbow Bright was cool, but I didn't have any Rainbow Bright because I was also a little bit, I think, too old for Rainbow Bright when she first came out. She was
you just
definitely
kind of timed
marketed.
out a little.
Oh, yeah. Which she also was marketed a little bit more youngly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Yeah, no, totally agree. I have a bunch of, I only collect April O'Neil and Turtles of Grayskull stuff through Masters of the Universe, but I don't actually collect turtles. Oh yeah, no, Transformers is definitely the bigger property. It's just, it wasn't necessarily my jam. A lot of people love it though, and that's really cool. Yeah, no, just April O'Neil. I was also, like I was in high school when Turtles really hit, so most of my childhood turtle stuff is my brother had all of them, and when I would babysit for him or my cousins, I would play April O'Neil. So help them play. But yeah, I was definitely not collecting. I was at that point reading comic books, listening to music, and chasing boys, as you do as a teenager.
Yeah.
But I would, when they would break out, and I would play Batman with him because I still had my superpowers Wonder Woman. So, and then my first real adult purchase action figure was a Catwoman from Batman Returns. So, but yeah, no, Turtles wasn't really my jam back then. So, Probably. Yeah, it was the 80s. Everyone was fast back in the 80s. I mean, they were all in big giant trucks because it was the South, but you can get on the right highway out in the middle of the bayou and you can go pretty fast. Or if you get on one of them airboats, you just hope you don't hit a gator and flip it. And so, all right, there we go. Oh my goodness, we're almost at 3 hours. How are you doing?
I'm good. Like I said, this is a great change of pace. I'm enjoying myself. I have not colored anything in a long time, so it's
Oh, no. I just wanted to make sure you weren't sitting over there counting the time to head out.
No, this is like as I said, it's a little bit of a break. It's kind of a downtime. It kind of worked out perfectly because I didn't have anything kind of on the schedule that I needed to do tonight either for updates or
Oh, nice.
It really sort of was timed perfectly to allow me to almost have a night off. Not quite. I mean, it's cool to come and do this and like hang out. Like you said, we've kind of been like talking about this for months and months and months to like get on and do this, but I have admittedly been like so busy with the million things that I have going on that it never lined up. So
Capitron probably would not have been my type. Yeah, He-Man. I mean, just not probably not. I was much more Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, but Luke Skywalker, because of my Leia idolizing her so much, like as soon as she found out,
can't go for Luke.
Yeah, as soon as she found out that was her brother and it solved that love triangle, I was 100% like, he's such a brother type. But way more that type. He-Man just, I don't know. I mean, He-Man was just sort of like a barbarian type. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger was not somebody I had any sort of a crush on as a kid. I did have a little bit. I was really happy when my brother got into martial arts and his favorite was Jean-Claude Van Damme. I quite enjoyed taking him to see Van Damme movies because often Van Damme would share the cake with the world, if you will. But that was a little bit more big and buff than I sort of. I mean, in the 90210 years, like I preferred Jason Priestley to Luke Perry, so it's a little bit more of a. Not really into the big muscly types, so. But who knows? No, I never liked the bad boy. I mean, I technically accidentally dated a few of them, but I never on purpose liked the bad boys. And Cobra Commander was a snake or something, so. No, I was never into like the villains that way. Even like when everybody went crazy for like all the like vampires and stuff, like Lestat and
Interview for a Vampire and
yeah, I mean, I read those books in middle school and I quite enjoyed them, but I just never, I had a friend who was really into it and was like, "Oh, these vampires are so sexy," and it was just like not my. It's a vampire, like he's gonna want to suck your blood at some point.
Yeah, and that's not gonna end well.
It's not going to end well, and I don't want to live forever like that. Like, I don't want to, like, I definitely will be sad when I die, but I also don't want to live to be, like, 1,000. have to feed on like people or children to survive. It just seems weird and gross. So
You'd get used to it. You'd be fine.
yeah, it's like I guess you can adapt to anything.
Because that's the argument, right?
I would be the
It
friend.
seems terrible now, but
I would be the
give it a couple hundred years.
I would be the vampire who was like, oh my god, she's inviting us over to eat humans again and keeps telling me it's rats. And like have her over and be like, let's stop. It was really rats the whole time. And so did Victoria join? Brick is here. Hello, Brick.
Brick, she did not join. However, she did lend me her pencil crayons, also known as what color?
Colored pencils. The Canadians call them pencil crowns, Brick. Isn't that crazy?
And she was kind enough. She printed me a backup page to color, which is a space zombie. But she printed it on somebody's receipt from their shoes. I hope they don't need that page, but that's
oops.
Anyways.
Well, if they do, there will be a very colorful Nazi zombie when they send it in.
Yeah, we're not doing Nazis. We're not going.
No
there.
Nazis. Sorry. It's just you said brain dead, and it was like, oh. But it is Quip. It really is. But I'd rather be a vampire. Okay, so if I had to choose between a vampire or a werewolf, I would. In that case, I would have to go vampire because here's the deal: there are only 5 good werewolf movies, and I would not trust that my life would be one of the good ones. So I would end up being like that wolf movie with Michelle Pfeiffer and Jack Nicholson that was really awful and terrible. Mm-hmm. I would not get to be like in The Howling or whatever. So there are far more good vampire movies than there are werewolf movies.
Yeah, that's a shame, in my opinion.
It really is, because werewolves is such a, in my humble opinion, is such a cooler concept, and I just don't understand why so many people miss. Yeah, and I say that as somebody who, like, I do write fiction and I do write horror fiction, and I've never attempted a werewolf story just because I know I can never write a good werewolf story. So I'm not gonna, try to do werewolves when I don't know. I mean, I tried to watch Twilight, and again, there are only 5 good werewolf movies, and definitely none of them are Twilight.
Wasn't there like 3 Twilight movies?
There are like 17 Twilight movies, and there were like 5 books. Because they kept splitting those books into more movies. I had a coworker when Twilight was coming out, and she's like reading. She had like 3 of them were out at the time, and they were all on her desk. I was like, "What are you reading there?" She's like, "It's called Twilight. It's really good. You would love it." It's like,
did you read it?
She's like, she handed me the book, and she's like, "Here, you can read it. You can borrow this." And so I took it from her, and I looked at the cover, and I read the book. I'm like, oh, maybe. And then I opened it, and I read 3 paragraphs. I closed the book, and I handed it back to her. I'm like, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Yeah. Wow. Enjoy these.
Yeah, I'm glad you love these. These are not for me. She got the sad look, like she got the little twitch in the side of her neck. Like,
yeah.
When you're
I know it.
And I felt bad, but I was not going to go through the charade of taking it home with me and pretending I read it, because then she'd want me to know what my favorite part was.
Yeah.
And the part where I handed it back to you.
Yeah.
So
the last page where I finished, and I knew I would never have to read this.
I would never read another one.
I've never even opened a Twilight book. But my lovely wife, who I appreciate very much and has many, many fantastic qualities, loves Harry Potter.
Yeah, no, yeah, Harry Potter is,
And I love that people love Harry Potter. I love that, it got a lot of non-readers to read.
Yep.
But it is infuriating to read that and have people call that literature. It's yeah, it's just not well written. Like, it's
It's
just really clumsy and
it's
clunky,
really
and it's
well.
not I lean far more into this is my very pretentious side coming out.
No, no, that's fine. We
Um,
can do with a little
I
pretentious.
lean much more towards, you know, works that are literature rather than books. And I love things that are cleverly written in a way that they use words in imaginative and unique ways and things like that. And Harry Potter is just like it's just like banging words over your head to just get the story out. But it's not I can't read it. I just can't read it. I get so bored and it just
See,
the story is
as
fine. I can watch the movies and appreciate it, but it's just it's
I
it's a
can't even watch the
chore.
movies. Every time somebody would take me to a Harry Potter movie, because I didn't get into the books because they're written for kids. And at the time, I was very much into literature. Like I had just read like Sylvia Plath, The Bell Jar, and like I'm very
Yeah,
much into true literature.
yeah.
But I did go to the movies, and then it was with one of the Carls, and he got really mad because apparently I fell asleep 10 minutes into it in the middle of the opening night on the second one and started snoring in the theater.
You didn't stay awake for the 6
I
hours
didn't
until
even make it into like apparently there was some little ghost girl in the bathroom or some shit.
Oh
I didn't make
yeah,
it
yeah.
out far. And whatever. Like he loved them and I love that for him.
Yeah, that's how I feel
He had
about
something he loved and he should have gone and done that without me. Really quickly, Capatron HD. I am an 80s kid. So born in the mid 70s and graduated high school in the 90s. So 90s adult. I'm super old. Yeah, when I was younger, it was harder to give up on things and like I would finish every book I started. But then over the last 15 years, like I have no, if I started and it just doesn't catch me, I set it aside and move on to something else.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I really, really used to struggle with not finishing a book or not
I'm
finishing,
gonna quickly
a
put you on
TV
solo
series or whatever.
because people are wanting to see your Gen Giant.
Oh,
That's a great color.
there it is.
He looks really good, Adam. I like him.
Yeah, I used to struggle with like not finishing things because I genuinely felt like, somebody took the time to write this and
Yeah.
or make this or record this or whatever it was. And I owe them that time. Now as I'm older and now as I know it, like now as I kind of feel differently where I'm kind of like, people can like I think it's a reflection of my sort of idea that like, collect what you like, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. When I read the first few pages or chapters or whatever of a book or watch the first 20 minutes, I'm like, yeah, this isn't for me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that somebody made this. And I appreciate that somebody took the time, and I'm sure this is somebody's favorite thing, but it's not my favorite thing. And I don't have the same amount of time that I used to have. So it's not that, I'm never going to go out and well, with Harry Potter, I will tell people it's not well written. But I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying Harry Potter is bad. I'm just saying it's not a book that I want to read because I can't. But
Really,
it's
really
yeah.
quick. I don't have contempt for 90s kids. I don't think Adam does either. So I think we're both good.
No, yeah, not at all. No, I don't have contempt for anybody. That's not really in my genetics.
And this is a good point Alan is making. He's saying, I used to watch bad monster movies. Now I give them 5 minutes and I might bail.
Yeah.
I have watched a ton of terrible 80s horror movies. Even the 90s when I worked at Blockbuster for a long time. You got free rentals, you just watch stuff.
Yeah.
I can't go. I 5 minutes into a movie, if it doesn't interest me or if it looks like it's not my jam, I just back out of it. Like, and especially now, it's so rare for me to actually sit to watch a movie if it doesn't catch me in 5 minutes. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'll put on the screen when I'm filming videos that will get finished that I wouldn't watch if I were sitting to do actual TV time. I just need company. And it's usually like after you've stopped streaming for the night or whoever. Like, there's that dark time after like 10 o'clock where nobody's streaming anymore.
Yep.
I have to watch YouTube videos or put a movie in. Or I'll pull up like Netflix or whatever and just put in whatever. And there's stuff that I would not actually watch if I weren't, like preoccupied doing doing pages. But it's really hard. When I sit to watch movie time, if it doesn't catch me, I'm gonna take it off and put in something that does catch me, because that time I give myself is so rare these days that I try to treat it as preciously as I can.
Yeah, that's another thing for me that like I struggle with like watching things in the background. And what I mean by that is like because I do appreciate people's creativity and people's sort of creative output so much. When I sit down to like watch a movie or even watch an episode of a show or whatever, if I've seen it a bunch of times, it's different. Like the only thing that I can sort of consistently put on and just have as background that's not music is
Right.
The Office, because I've seen it so many times that I can sort of visualize the sort of action while I'm listening to it. But every time I try to like put on, a show that I'm like, this is, this is like a listen only. I don't need to watch this.
Yeah.
I'll see something, whether it's the cinematography and framing or, just the expressions and like the quality of the acting or whatever. It's sort of like if it's worth watching, I feel like it's a disservice to like not watch it.
Yeah.
So I can't I can't have TV or movies on in the background, because to me, I just get drawn into it. If it's good enough that it's worth watching, I'll actually watch it. And if it's not good enough, I'll turn it off and put music on.
The only part of The Office I absolutely have to like have my eyes on is when he drops the giant pot of
The
chili.
chili. Yeah. But
Like,
it's coming. So it's
oh my,
easy enough.
yeah, exactly. That gets me I will watch that on repeat. I will just
It's
watch it
so
over and
good.
because
You feel so bad for Kevin.
you feel
Like,
so bad for him, but it's also hilarious, and like
it's so well done.
his
Like, that
acting in
show
that
is so
moment
good.
is just, well, it's a perfect comedy because it's some of the best comedy does come from sort of like awful things that happen, and it's you can feel how bad he feels, but
Yeah.
giants, and then he's trying to clean it up with just paper, and it's just like, oh my god.
I'm trying to put it back in the pot.
Yeah. And really quick, Capitron HD. Yeah, Killer Clowns from Outer Space is the late 80s cheeseball fest of goodness. Let's see. Yeah, that makes sense. Aw, I only watched The Princess Bride within the last 10 years. I somehow missed it as a kid. Yeah, The Attempt to Scoop. So The Princess Bride is good, but I don't, when people are, like people have this intense emotional connection to it, and I can see why, but I don't, because I didn't watch it until I was a full adult. I mean, a really old adult, because I'm super old. So, like, I was in my 40s before I had watched it. So, like, it's a great movie. I get why people like it, but for me, like, I don't connect to it the same way because I don't have what is it, like 30 years now of attachment to it. So it's really
Right.
like, it's one of those where it's like, I really wish I had that because people really love it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd seen a few
yeah.
clips, like I don't think that word means what you think it does. And where he's like switching the poison around. I'd seen those parts because those clips were like, that's what they would trot out, like on shows where they were doing reviews or whatever. But it hit at a time where I started having a social life. And by social, I mean like, you go to friends' houses and watch MTV and crank call people on the phone or whatever. So it's, like at that point, it was like, it had to be really good for me to, or I had to be home. And just for whatever reason, it never lined up for me to watch that one. But I had an ex who was really, one of the Carls was really intensely offended that I had never seen it as a kid. And just like, we used to not sit in front of our TVs like everyone thinks we did back then.
Yeah.
So,
well, there would be no point because the stuff wasn't on.
And then, God forbid, you were still watching TV when the Pledge of Allegiance came on at the end of the night, because then you would have that poltergeist flashback where you were afraid you were going to get sucked into the television.
So we had so Canadians have a very different end of TV.
Wait. So Canadians didn't get the United States of America Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner at the end. Why?
No,
I wonder why that is.
We did not. We got the Log Driver's Waltz, which was an animated short done by CBC. And if you can look it up on YouTube, like it's there in its entirety.
The Log Driver's Waltz.
The Log Driver's Waltz, and you'll know as soon as you see it that it's like, yep, that's how TV ends.
I'm gonna be watching that later.
It's it's like a little it's like an animated music video with like a super Eastern Canadian kind of folk tune about a log driver. And if you don't know what a log driver is, you're clearly not 40 and Canadian. But a log driver is the person that basically rides logs down the river. So they'd cut them, and then the easiest way to transport wood, before trucks and things like that, was obviously water. And so they'd put them on the river. And so this whole song is about how log drivers were so light on their feet, and they were great dancers and stuff as a result of that. And so that's we all like every Canadian knows the Log Driver's Waltz, probably like word for word, because we all sat in front of the TVs until it came on every single night.
And Quip, this is 100% accurate. The Goonies is definitely that way. If you did not see it when you were prime Goonies age, like either when it came out or like sort of in that like 8 to like 12-year-old range, I don't think the Goonies hits.
Yeah.
You have to be in the age demographic of those kids for that adventure to resonate. Otherwise, you just see the plot holes as an adult.
Otherwise, you can just get into Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
I love Skeleton Crew. Because it was
Goonies. I still need to watch. I need to turn Disney back on so I can watch Skeleton Crew.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun. If you allow it to be a lot of fun.
Right. Yeah. No, I enjoy. I am probably one of the few people who likes the Alkalite because I just had fun with it. Like it wasn't.
Yeah, me too.
I've stopped. I think at first I was having. Like I'm one of the few people who was sort of not enjoying The Mandalorian at first. But then I had to adjust my thinking around it, and then I realized, back in the early 90s, Timothy Zahn did the Zahn trilogy books, and those were pretty good. And then they did a gazillion Star Wars. There were like 3 or 4 every year, and I read all of those, and some of those books were terrible. There were some of them I literally read, and I'm like, what did I just put in my brain? Like some of these Star Wars books were really bad. but I still read them and I still enjoyed them because it was about having Star Wars stuff, right? It wasn't reading the Star Wars stories because I was looking for heavy sci-fi, or I wanted, like, I wasn't reading for like literature. I was reading because I just wanted some Star
Yeah.
Wars. And as soon as I stopped expecting all of the new Star Wars stuff to be like hit emotionally the way the original movies hit for me, when I just started treating them as like, this is Star Wars so that I can have some Star Wars, it all got so much better. Like, it started being fun again. I didn't feel, if I didn't like something that happened in one of them or something didn't quite land, it no longer felt like, oh my God, Star Wars is ruined. It was just like, it's just Star Wars. There's always been, S tier Star Wars all the way down. And I
Yeah,
never took it personally in the 90s or even the early 2000s when they gave us some less than amazing stuff. And I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to enjoy getting Star Wars.
I think the thing that I struggle with is people expecting everything that is made with Star Wars name attached to it to be better than the last thing.
Yeah.
And in order for that to be true, at some point, everybody's beloved Empire Strikes Back would be the worst Star Wars thing ever made.
Right.
And I just don't see I don't see a scenario in which that will be the case. You know what I mean? Like, for me, Return of the Jedi is peak Star Wars. It always will be, but a large part of that is because of, my nostalgia connected to Return of the Jedi. And the fact that Return of the Jedi was the first Star Wars that I ever saw.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Empire was as good as it was until way after I'd seen Return of the Jedi a whole bunch of times.
Right.
And the Ewok movies, and the Droids cartoon, and like so many other things before I got to Empire. And so, the idea that like, oh well, it was the original trilogy at some point, and so therefore everything after the original trilogy should be as good or better. It's like, that's not really how things work.
Right.
As franchises get bigger and as they grow, you're not gonna strike gold every single time. Like, you're not gonna be able to recreate that magic in a bottle.
Yeah.
If you are genuinely objective and you sit down and look at the original trilogy, it's not very good.
Wait. So you mean the fact that Carrie Fisher's accent is like 3 different shades of everything in the first movie is not good acting? She wasn't just infecting a senatorial tone when she's like, Governor Tuck, I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash. I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on. So you're saying that wasn't her speaking a senatorial accent to prove that she was a politician? And that it was just because Carrie Fisher had just left the Shakespearean Acting Academy in London and was still appropriating English accent. Okay. All right. Sure,
Something
Jan.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't an acting choice. It was just she had been around British people too long and hadn't quite got enough time with the Americans again. Okay. Fine.
I mean, like, even plot points and like weird holes, if you actually like pick it apart, you're just like, yeah, it's pretty flimsy. And then you realize, especially when you consider that Empire wasn't fully conceived and Return of the Jedi wasn't fully conceived when they did A New Hope, which wasn't A New Hope in 1977. It was just Star Wars.
It wasn't A New Hope until April of 1981 when it was re-released after Empire Strikes Back, at which point retroactively it became Episode 4 A New Hope.
Right. So you kind of, like, through the lens that we see it as people that grew up with it and are super passionate about it and all that kind of stuff, like, it is, it has like this, we have this deference to it that is like biblical almost,
Right.
like you can't criticize it. Like, how dare you criticize it? But objectively, it's it's okay. And in the same way that I said, I can't read the Harry Potter books. I'm sure there's people that watch Star Wars and they're like, this is not a very good science fiction movie.
Oh, it's not. This is why they've slowly panned toward calling it space opera, is so that you can overlook the lack of integrity around the scientific concepts in it.
Yeah. But despite that, I love when there's new Star Wars stuff. And I'm open to all of it. And I enjoy all of it. Like, I enjoyed Acolyte. I didn't love Acolyte, but as I said, I don't have to love everything. I really enjoy season 1 of Mandalorian. I enjoy season 2. Season 3 was pretty good. Andor was phenomenal. Skeleton Crew, I really enjoyed. And again, partly because I got to watch it with my kids and it felt like Star Wars. It felt like original trilogy Star Wars to me.
Yeah.
Because it was fun and it was lighthearted and it was adventurous and it was not trying to take itself too seriously.
Right.
And I get why people don't like it. I get why middle-aged men felt it was somewhat derivative and whatever very logical, objective criticisms they have about it. But it was fun, and that's what I want Star Wars to be ultimately.
I remember when my grandma and grandpa turned 50, right around the time the first Star Wars movie came out. They did not care for Star Wars. They thought it was stupid. So now
and that's fair. It's not for everybody.
And it's totally fair, but I'm just gonna say Star Wars was not made for old people.
Yeah, screw old people.
And now as I'm older than my grandparents were when Star Wars came out. I'm just gonna say
good
maybe.
point.
And it's sort of been like when the She-Ra DreamWorks show came on, I had a serious disconnect where I'm like, I'm not digging this like I did, like the original Toyline. Not even like, because again, I'm not a huge Filmation fan.
Yeah.
And I had that moment where I felt sort of I could become the angry old fan, like, oh my God, they've ruined it. And then I was like, this isn't for me. Like, they don't need 1980s 11-year-old Allison like busting her ass one summer to like buy every Princess of Power toy ever to watch this. They need like 13 to 23-year-olds to like dig this. And you know what? The 13 to 20-year-olds that were in my various feeds, they really fucking love that cartoon. So I'll let them have it. Like, they've got their She-Ra, I've got mine. And they're definitely not trying to tell me my She-Ra sucks. So I'm definitely not going to tell them their She-Ra sucks.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Like, you like, Star Wars isn't trying to tell you that you can't love old Star Wars. It's people, it's fans that are telling you that you're not allowed to love old Star Wars.
And,
you can't love it the way you think you do if you love this one. And
right. You're not a real fan.
As somebody that has small kids, like we watched the Galaxies of Adventure, which is like the little animated shorts
Those
that they
are
have.
fun. I liked those quite a bit.
And we watched I think I forget what it's called all the time, but I think it's called Jedi Temple Challenge. And it was Keller and Best, which is of course Jar Jar Binks.
Yep, Best
in his human form.
Yeah.
Or in his Jedi form.
He's in my character's in my mobile game.
Nice.
He kicks ass.
Yeah, he's great. Personally, I love that they gave Ahmed Best the respect of giving him redemption within the Star Wars world. And I know that not everybody,
I'm doing
got into it or whatever, but
we were not kind to Ahmed for things not his fault. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. I never had a problem with Jar Jar. I understood why he was there. He was
Yeah,
there for comic relief, and he was there for kids, and he was there for marketing, and to
yeah,
make toys and water bottles and anything
totally.
else they could possibly make. And it has nothing to do with Ahmed Best. But I love that, the people that really do, in my opinion, care about Star Wars thought it was important to reach out to him and,
Yeah.
and give that give him that.
Well, not only that, but like Ahmed Best, for despite the way the fans have treated him, has always loved Star Wars himself and has
Yeah.
always stood up for Star Wars. So it's like it was just nice to see that. Like, what's funny was they didn't complete them. They stopped doing them because I guess they didn't do as well. But a few years ago, Disney was going to re-release them all. No, Lucas was going to re-release them all in 3D. And it stopped because of the sale to Disney, and Disney wanted to reprioritize. But they were going to release all 6 movies because that's all we had at the time in 3D. And they started with The Phantom Menace. And I went and saw the 3D Phantom Menace with a girl from work who was like 22 at the time. And she had been like 10 or 11 whenever episode 1 had came out. And Jar Jar Binks was her favorite character.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I sat there the whole time, and she was as excited watching Phantom Menace 3D as I had felt in '97 when I was watching the special editions. And that helped me sort of start shifting as far as the prequels went, out of grumpy old fan person. So, because I was like, wait, this person really like episode 1 is her Star Wars, and she's really
Yeah.
happy and having this great time, and she loves Jar Jar. I recall her going at least, oh my God, he's so funny, like 3 times.
You're
And
just rolling your eyes
I
like,
just sat there.
oh,
I'm like, what is happening here?
how dare you? Yeah.
How dare you? But it was but again, she was like the age that, and I was just like, and again, my grandparents hated Star Wars. My grandma was like, that space, what is that space monkey that can't even talk that's flying around in the ship? Like,
He can talk.
yeah, she was like,
You just can't understand him.
she was so
That's on you,
frustrated.
Grandma.
And all those creepy things in that bar, and why are you watching a movie with bars? You're a child. Oh, she was just.
Wait, so she said you were too old to have toys, but you weren't too old to or
Well,
you weren't old enough to watch a
1977,
bar movie? Oh, right.
1970,
Okay.
77 versus 85. That's a long time.
Yeah, that's a big jump.
Like 3 or 4 versus like 11. But yeah, it was just really funny. Like, sitting there as Paris was just completely digging it. She was just so excited and so excited. I was like, here, you should eat this popcorn because you need more popcorn. Like, you're too. It was just so strange. Like, because I went opening. I mean, I've seen every Star Wars that's gone to a theater 7 times at the theater. I'm going back to 1977, and it's part of the ritual of Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
I only saw the Phantom Menace once, so technically 3D, so only one time for the 3D version, but I don't count the special editions the same way because they didn't have as long of a run at the theater. That 3D thing was only there like 2 weeks or something. There's no way to fit 7 movies in when you have a job and you're a functioning adult. So, but yeah, it was 100% just this moment where I'm like, whoa, I've never, like you hear people saying, well, it's for the kids or whatever, and you don't really until you actually encounter
Yep.
somebody who was a kid for it. And when the sequel trilogy came out, and there were sort of all these people having a lot of reactions, my niece was sort of the right age, and she adored Rey. Like, I sent her Rey dolls for Christmas. Like Like she really loved them. Those are her Star Wars movies. She liked Rise of Skywalker in a way that I don't understand. Like I don't hate the Rise of Skywalker, but I just can see all of the places where it's like it's sort of Frankenstein together, and where it's like they'd sort of lost. And some of that is Carrie Fisher passing. Like they had to change a lot of the original plan because she was no longer with us. But like, but at the same time, she loves those three movies more than she enjoys the prequels or the original trilogy, and like, it's just that was her Star Wars, and I've really tried to be different. Again, it sort of really kicked into place for me with the She-Ra thing, where it's like, this isn't my She-Ra, and that's okay. They don't care that I still have my She-Ra. Like, let the kids have theirs. Like, so that helped a lot, having Paris with the Phantom Menace way back in the day, and then my niece, and then centering myself, my own experience with She-Ra. So
yeah, let the kids have it. I think that's kind of one of those. I think that's lost among a lot of people.
I think a lot of
like,
adults
they
in
just
fandom
assume because it's an IP that they know and love that it should be for them.
And I don't think this is unique at
No,
all, because
no.
whenever Kayla and Johnny were still doing the Trek retrek regularly, there was this old guy who would pop in the comments and be like, Kayla's wrong. This isn't like the way you're watching these old episodes. This isn't right. This isn't how it's supposed to be. I watched them originally when they were on TV, and it's like, but
it
she's
shouldn't
not
take
wrong.
it doesn't take that away from him. Like
Yeah,
that,
it doesn't take it away, and it's okay that like somebody in their late. Well, Kayla is, I think, in her 30s now, but she was right at the cusp, right? But she's never watched any of these old old Star Trek shows, and some of these old Star Trek shows are like, there's a lot of non-consensual things that happen in them.
right? Yeah,
They were
yeah.
standard, like that's the way society was. That doesn't mean like we go back and retroactively actively like trash all of this stuff, because it's just what society looked like. But it's also okay if the kids like watch some of this old stuff and they're like, wow, that's really not okay, and want to call it out. Like, it's okay. It doesn't take away from what it means to you. That it doesn't pass the muster for modern day sensibilities.
But it's
know.
kind of a time capsule, right? Like you can't,
Yeah.
yeah, you can't sort of retroactively cancel something through the lens of the year that you're watching it.
Yeah.
You can look at it through that lens, and you can and sort of like objectively critique it through that lens, but you can't just be like, how could anybody enjoy this?
Right.
Because that was, I mean, the times were different, which isn't saying they were better or worse,
Again, it
or
doesn't mean it was okay, but it just means at the time this wasn't a bad thing. It just means we don't do it now, but it happened back then.
But now we know why, like it's, and that's not to sort of say that things that were done in the past were okay, right? Of course you
Right.
can't,
Yeah, no, for
you
sure.
can't justify things that way either. You can't, but yeah, I mean, things were different. People sort of saw each other differently, and Star Trek was a reaction to a lot of crazy stuff that we don't see now. They were that much closer to a world war, like it was. You can't really appreciate where they were coming from either at the age that we are. Like, it just, everything's just different. Like, it's,
Oh,
and
yeah.
again, I like it, not better, not worse, different.
And I think that what it brought up for me though was like, there's been this element of that for fandom always. Like, there's always been sort of a gatekeepery, or like, this is how you're supposed to. This is the only right way to look at it, etc. And it just, so it in some ways made me feel better seeing sort of the old guy like just sort of losing his cool on Kayla for not consuming Star Trek the right way, because it was this reminder like these people have always been in every fandom. It's just some of this is the first time we're actually encountering them in our fandom, because even though Star Trek was, like the Next Generation, there was a lot of that also happened. So I don't know. It's become harder to be a grumpy old fan for me outside of when I see other people being just completely douchebaggery about things. Like if it's not for you, it's not for you, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So
My problem is that I'm a shill for everything, and I just like everything.
I don't, but I don't know. I'm also at a point where I don't feel the need to tear stuff down, other than Moby, but Moby knows why. I mean, that's different. That's personal. That's not. I mean, I make a lot of snide comments about Todd McFarlane, but at the same time, like, ultimately, all it means is I spend a lot less money because Todd McFarlane is not making the toys I want.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's not. Yeah. I wish he was making more toys I wanted to buy, but oh well. Maybe next time, Todd. Yes, that's what I'm. Oh, let's see what is happening. Oh, and there we go. Hello, Ghetto Fraggle. Sorry I missed you. I was switching the phone out because the good one finished charging. And then... Oh, nice. And Alan, thank you for popping in. Thank you. Lovely to see you in the chat. Very much agreed, Rick. Very much agreed. I quite like the character myself, so. I mean, people often refer to Rey as a Mary Sue, but technically she doesn't. I mean, the word has been basically changed what the meaning is, but originally it started as a, like, predominantly in fan fiction, it was often a author insert for a brand new character who was good at everything so that she could. So Captain Kirk, ironically, because it was in Star Trek fandom that they coined it, or Spock or whoever would fall in love with the new girl, who was usually an author insert. But despite what people have said, Rey doesn't fit that. Because the argument is like, oh, we don't see. She's just good for no reason, but you actually are shown through the movie. In the beginning, she's scavenging. She's been scavenging for a while. She's really good at it. Like that's there in the beginning of the movie. There's a point where they're trying to take BB-8 from her in the market, and she fends them off. And her fighting style there is the same one she uses with the lightsaber.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't quite line up with what a Mary Sue is actually supposed to be, which is frustrating because a lot of the people who put that forward aren't actually interested in actually, what the concept is. They're just wanting to use something cool and buzzy to complain. So it doesn't sound like they're complaining about a woman being a woman character. So, but whatever. Again, if they don't like it, they just need to not like it. They just Should stop trying to ruin it for the rest of us who do like it. Oh, let's see. Oh, you have moved to your floating zombie.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do a little bit on this, and then I should probably.
Yeah, we're almost. Good Lord, we're almost at 4 hours. How did that happen? I looked up earlier and it was like 2.5 hours, and I was like, oh, okay. We'll get to 3 and we'll wrap it. This is how like some nights I end up filming something for like 8 hours, and I'm just like, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, we've consistently kept people watching all night, so we're not terribly boring, Adam.
Yeah. Or they were expecting more, and they're just holding out, thinking that
They fell asleep.
yeah, or they just didn't log off.
Yeah.
They're gonna wake up, drool on their face.
We gave them a reveal, and we gave them some conversation about the Toyline.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, the main point was to give you a chance to sort of chill, but also get to not have to do the hardcore sell. So, because I've been watching you do the hardcore sell for weeks.
Yeah. Everybody's bored of that.
I'm not bored with it. I was just like, this is a good opportunity for us to finally get to hang out in color and at the same time let you do a soft show.
Yeah.
I'm glad you caught some of it too, CJ. Adam was in the middle of saying something when you popped in earlier, so I didn't get to shout out. But thank you for popping in and out tonight. It's muchly appreciated. And if you haven't subscribed to Adam, definitely go find him through the links because he does good stuff. I think I was one of your first members on your channel, and like you and Brick and a few other people are among the people that like I'm just, even if like somebody was like, I don't know how to like what extra content or whatever, and there are some people, yourself and Brick mostly, like if you never give me extra content, I'm happy. I just want to support
appreciate that.
The positive space that you are creating. And
yeah, I mean that's I guess that's something, like it's
that's a lot. Like there are a lot of people not creating that.
No, and that's just it, is that there's a lot of people that aren't creating that, and there are that they're and I well and truly don't really think of like I have no ulterior motive. There's not like I need to do this so that I can I've never thought, okay, how do I get, I shouldn't say that. There's been a couple times where like when they changed the rules, and at 500 you could get like super chats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was at like 4 something. I was like, you know what? I'll push for 5. But then since then, I haven't done a damn thing to try to get anybody to subscribe, because I'm just like, you know what? Who cares? Like I don't do enough to sort of earn any of that stuff. I'm just doing it for fun. So
yeah. It's funny, like I'll do a video, and I had one video that, because the algorithm doesn't often know what to do with me.
Yeah.
And I had dropped a video, and I was like feeling really pissed because it was like it got 13 views, and YouTube had only shown it to They showed it to like 9 people, and a couple of those were like, because I go watch, especially the shorts after they drop, just to make sure that everything looks good, and because sometimes you upload and it looks fine, and then the actual reality is it's not. And so the rest of those views were like either me or the 2 or 3 people I send links to. I'm like, go watch my video right now. And that video never got more than 18 views, but I got a subscriber from it. And I was like, okay, I'm good. Somebody saw that, somebody liked that, somebody subscribed. I'm like, that's all that video is. Like, if I get 1 subscriber from a video, or if I get a nice little chunk of watch time, I've stopped caring about the view count.
Yeah.
As opposed to like the engagement. If somebody,
yeah,
because it's like, and as soon as I shifted to that, it became a lot less stressful about.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm just gonna do flip throughs, and of any coloring book I want to do a flip through of, even if it's not vintage. I'm like, I'm just gonna make stuff that makes me happy on my channel, because it's my fucking channel. And so,
Indeed.
I made
it's
a
kind
big
of a
difference.
fool's errand to chase that stuff unless you're like really truly chasing it to like try to do something with it, or whatever. But I don't know.
If I didn't have a full-time job, I would probably, look at it differently, but it's like with the full-time job, that's what's actually paying my bills. Like, and this is a side quest, and
yeah. Yeah, side quest's a good way to kind of put it. It's like it's fun and I enjoy it, but at the end of the day, it costs me more than it makes me. That's for sure. And then it's time, and it's it's all that stuff that it just no one within our circle is doing YouTube or anything like that. I don't get the feeling for for the money or for the sort of notoriety or anything like that. Like everybody's just kind of doing it because they're passionate about toys, and
we would be doing different content if that's what.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You get a feel of people's intentions based on what their thumbnails and their titles of their videos and stuff look like. I do have fun every once in a while. Like if I think of a clickbaity title, I'm like, I wonder if this will work, and I will throw it out there if I sort of think of something clever or
right,
whatever. And then I'm like, you got baited, and now you're gonna get positivity, you suckers.
right.
You came here for my anger, and you're going to get, I love this toy. Joke's on you.
Nothing wrong with that. I hate that there are a couple people who will do like, is this the worst toy ever made? Question mark on like their thumbnail, and they've got that look on their face.
It's great.
And then I watched the video. I'm like, no, the toy is fine, but you're terrible. Like, what are you even doing? Or they'll like be making up stuff to be negative about the toy. I'm like, that's even worse, because like seems like you're actually enjoying that toy, but you have to try to justify your clickbait.
I've actually had the opposite, where I've done unboxing videos where I'll criticize like a detail. Like I'll be like, oh, this butterfly joint is clumsy, and it makes the sculpt look bad in the shoulder, or whatever little nitpick. And I'm like, I don't, it's not a make or break. I mean, it's still a toy. It doesn't, I don't expect it to be perfect. And then at the end, I'll be like, okay, like I love this toy. I recommend it. If you like this character, or if you like this line or whatever, you should totally go out and buy it. And then I'll have people that comment, and they're like, how can you recommend it if you made this criticism. And I'm like, well, I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Like the butterfly joint, I think, they could have done better, but still a dope figure. Like,
Right.
you're misunderstanding that I'm being critical, but not negative. Like,
Right. Just being critical of it. And it also doesn't mean that you shouldn't buy it. Like,
yeah, no, of course not. And I don't ever think that someone's, if you think a toy looks amazing, somebody else's review should never stop you from buying it. But
yeah, no, people just get weird about that stuff. All right. Oh, hello, Rowdy Write-Up. If I could even speak. Hello, Rowdy Riles. There we go. Welcome. Adam and I are wrapping up, but we'll be here for a little bit. Thanks for popping in. Speaking of channels, everyone follow Rowdy Riles back to her channel. Like, she makes really fun videos. I watched, and correct me if I'm wrong if you're still in chat, but it was like an hour plus video where she explains using action figures the Secret Wars crossover comic, and it was so much fun. Like, I'm hoping she does more like that. I can with the length of it, I'm gonna assume it took a while to put it together, but it was so much fun. I had it on and I actually was not coloring. I just sat and enjoyed it. Like, it's been a while since I've had a YouTube video where I actually completely just stopped to enjoy the video. So definitely, it was so much fun, Rowdy. Thank you for that. It's an extra hit for me because I just watched a couple really negative videos. So to have you do Secret Wars and be so excited about explaining Secret Wars and using all of the figures and enjoying the figures, it really was what I needed that night to remember that this is supposed to be fun.
yeah,
It 100%, like, I could tell you put love and time into it. So thank you again. Like, exactly, CJ. So yeah, no, definitely. It was a lot of fun. And again, like, it was just my reminder, like, YouTube, if you're making videos, none of us here right now in chat or on this screen are really getting paid from YouTube. It needs to be fun. Have fun with it, because I don't know, like, it just seems like a waste of time to get so negative about everything. So anyway, go check out that Secret Wars video. I also, Rowdy, at some point we should, I'll find you on social, and if you want to come on sometime and we can color and chat and talk toys and whatnot, I'd love to have you at some point. There we go. We are 3 minutes till 4 hours, so we should wrap this up, because I'm going to assume Amanda is starting to wonder where you are, Adam.
no, she's watching old seasons of The Challenge, so she's happy that, that I'm not bothering her.
You're leaving her alone. Okay.
But I should wrap it up because my pencil sharpener stopped working, and I got like nubs on some of these right now. So.
That happens. Yeah. So, all right, really quick. I'm gonna show my stuff first. Finished. Oh, we should maximize it. Solo layout. There we go. So I finished this She-Ra, and then the capture that matches it is about halfway through. So I have a way to go, and that's sort of the color, the scheme that I worked out for it. So it still needs a lot to get there, but it'll get there. So, and I'll save that for a whip, and I'll finish it either on a future stream where Adam comes back or on my own. So And really quick, I'm going to put you up on screen, Adam, so you can show
Mhm.
your pages.
Didn't get too far on that one, but
That looks really good, Adam.
yeah, this is going to be a fun one. And I think my 9-year-old is going to be excited that I
Yeah.
started this on your show. And then there's my
I love the hot pink. That looks really cool.
yeah, it's fun. It's like I genuinely just like toys like that. If they did that toy, I would probably buy
That would be
that.
really. I am hoping at some point Masters of the Universe Origins gives us sort of a giant 6-inch, 12-inch scale, so that worst case we make our own of those.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
Andrew Davis, hello, welcome. We're wrapping up, but you're in time. Thank you very much. Yeah, shading is where it's at. That is the secret to all good coloring, no matter your age. A little shading.
Yeah, and I haven't done any coloring in so long.
Now and look how quickly 4 hours went. So I'm just gonna say, like, we'll definitely have you back. And I know Sundays are harder for both of us just because we both do our normal streams.
Yeah.
But I think after your Kickstarter has wrapped up, I think maybe every so often we should do a Wednesday or Thursday or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do a random. We're just talk about whatever the heck. I mean, really quick, I do have the banner on the bottom of the screen is the link to Adam's Kickstarter. You can't click on that one, but if you look in the description under this video, there is a link to it. Please go check out the Kickstarter. If you can't support it, or even if Martian zombies are not your thing, share it on social media. There's somebody you know that would love these. And Adam, if you want to just show some of these paint samples so people can see what the figures will look like when they're completely funded.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool toys. I'm going to be going within the next 24 hours to crowdfund my amazing lady astronaut. Oh, that's so cool, Adam. Totally, more zombies for sure. So yeah, thank you, Thanos. And Thanos has us in the chat as well. Let me put that. Yep, there we go. So with that, we have been going 4 hours, and my voice is completely shot because I had to yell at insurance companies for day job all day. One final reminder of an important life lesson: Moby is trash. Never forget. And if you ever wonder why does Allison think Moby is trash, Google Moby and Natalie Portman. And the whole sort of style is there. They have that vibe, but they also just remind me, and I think it's heavy metal, like late 70s, early 80s sci-fi, horror, fantasy, is a little bit of everything. They have that vibe. That jaw is so amazing. Like, super cool. All right. Oh, there it is. And this is the reveal he shared with us today. Yeah, that's super cool. No worries, Thanos. There were a couple people streaming tonight, so I know you were making the rounds. All right. I'll move him from solo view. And we will exit, even though I know Derek has had to go to bed long, long ago. Derek did make us an amazing opening that was for this episode, so we're going to end really quick for those of you who missed it with the very special episode of Allison Troy Retro Toy Princess that Derek helped me with. It is going to have a countdown, but anyway, enjoy.
Tonight on a very special episode of Allison Troy Retro Toy Princess. Allison and special guest highly articulated Adam discuss skincare, brain rot, and overconsumption by the life-challenged denizens of Mars. All this and more tonight on Allison Troy, Retro Toy Princess.
So good.
Right.